Good morning, everybody. Here we are, happy and safe, I hope. Welcome to the 2025 budget deliberations. I will start with the resolution. Be it resolved that the special council meeting reconvene on Tuesday, December the 10th, 2024 at 9 a.m. I'll move by. I don't have that. Hang on. Moved by Councillor Cairns, seconded by Councillor Hunter. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Well, we'll start with the land acknowledgement statement given by Councillor Varney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to begin today's meeting by acknowledging the First Peoples, who for thousands of years before us were and are still the keepers and caretakers of this land where we now live and work, and in particular the Chippewas of Rama, Wata, Mohawk First Nations, and the Moon River Métis. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. We recognize all the generations of Indigenous people and their historic connection to this place, and we are grateful for the opportunity to gather here at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Varney. Does anybody have any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Madam Mayor?
Yes, thank you. I will submit some information. Oh, no. Sorry, the BIA is not collecting a levy anymore. I just had that thought in my brain. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cairns?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under infrastructure services, there is an item under there under Communities in Bloom I will not be voting on.
Okay, thank you very much. So noted. Anyone else? If you could provide the written statement to Madam Clerk at some point, that would be fantastic. Okay. So I think that's all the housekeeping. If I could remind everybody to make sure that their computers and telephones, our cell phones are on mute, that would be great. Thank you very much. So there's a lot to say, and there's a lot to be recognized of late, and we'll have an opportunity to do that. We have a lot to accomplish today. So I would like to give Mayor Lorenz an opportunity to speak this morning, as she's been at the helm of the ship fighting with all her warriors. So I'll give it to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, it's been a very trying week for the folks of Gravenhurst. I want to thank you for your patience and perseverance. Thanks for starting me off. Okay. I just want to take a moment to recognize the efforts of our roads crew and our firefighters and the rest of staff who have gone way above and beyond duties as assigned to get us to this point. The cleanup continues, and we are looking forward to seeing some of the snowbanks lifted. I would like to take the opportunity to remind the media and the public that this was not only a record-setting significant snow event. The 60-hour highway closure was the catalyst for this emergency. It impeded our efforts. Our neighboring municipalities had a 3-day start on cleanup. We have had a number of individuals to help, and we will get to thank them. We will have a chance to debrief in depth in the coming weeks. There are some truly inspiring stories of people in our community helping each other. But until then, thanks to the helpers, you're the best of us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I knew that was going to be a little bit mushy, so I apologize. Anyway, let's get down to business. So as I had sort of briefly discussed with Mr. Jeffrey, we will go through point by point, or I guess category by category, and each department will present to us their budget. So we'll just start right off with number 1, which is council. And that would be Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I'm pleased to present council with the council budget for today. Council have had your book for a little bit, so I'm going to be very brief. This is your budget. The bulk of your budget is the remuneration as per your council remuneration policy, and regular public recognition events, celebration events, and conference and training avenues where the 9 of you take the opportunity to advocate and promote the town of Gravenhurst throughout the province with your various stakeholders. There's really no significant difference from 2024. Although it's not in the council budget, I will note that a work plan for 2025, myself and the Senior Manager of Human Resources will be initiating the annual council remuneration review process that we undertake with third parties from the community, and bring back a recommendation prior to the end of this term for remuneration for council for the next term. That's all I have. Thank you.
That was record time. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Does anybody have any question? Council, any questions? Okay. Moving right along. Number 2, community partnerships. Mr. Jeffrey, is that you? Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we see the Ryde Community Center, the Severn Bridge Hall, no change in those amounts from the previous year. The Terrence Haight Grant, this is the last year of a $10,000 or $30,000 commitment. So it's for $10,000 for doctor recruitment for the district. The CIP program contribution is being increased from $70,000 to $85,000, and so that will be able to reflect more funding for things such as the Downtown of Tomorrow grant, the property tax increment, the development charge rebates, and also it, as explained in the development charge meeting. It can also address targeted residential and mixed use, so for potential for very targeted and specific housing needs. So those are my comments on community contributions.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions? Seeing none. Is this the, oh, I beg your pardon, Councillor Morphy, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I'm just wondering, the doctor services, are we seeing any progress, or is it working as planned, the money looking for doctors?
I believe Mr. Lucas would respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There has been quite a bit of media attention around doctor recruitment in the last little while, and I think there has been some headway across Muskoka for a variety, based on a variety of different avenues that have been taken for doctor recruitment. So as far as these funds actually go to a healthcare district-wide task force called the Health Human Resource Task Force, which I happen to sit on. We actually just made an adjustment to the recruitment leadership there. So we actually, as of yesterday, I believe it was announced, there's a new recruiter that's taken over and is hitting the ground running. So really, really good headway there. As Mr. Jeffrey indicated, 2025 is the third year of a $10,000 a year investment, and I think there's been some good progress there. If nothing else, it's really brought the network of healthcare professionals and municipalities together for better understanding, and I think we are seeing some early headway in terms of successful doctor recruitment and setting a stage to be more proactive moving forward. So, long way of saying yes.
Thank you for that. Anything further? Anything else? Is this the opportunity, is community partnerships the opportunity for the library to present, Ross? Mr. Jeffrey?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, today we have the Chair of the Library Board, Mrs. Underwood, who's going to give us a short presentation on the library.
Welcome, Mrs. Underwood.
Do I just, oh, I'm on, okay. Good morning, Mayor Lawrence, Chair Strength, council members, members of the public. I'm Karen Underwood, I'm the Chair of the Library Board. We have some major impacts to our proposed operating budget this year. Obviously, staff costs impacted everybody, and we had a $58,000 increase in that. Our library collection was up an increase of about $4,000 because we have circulation has increased at the library about 22%. Membership has increased at the library about 14%. Checked out materials increased also by about 14%. And more of our patrons are asking for electronic books, which are way more costly than printed books. So that has been a huge impact, which is going to continue. We increased of $3,000 transfer from reserves, which by in about another year we will not have any more reserves, so that's not a good idea. Program costs have increased a lot too, by about $1,500 or more. We offset some of those with some contributions from the public. Attendance for the summer programming was up by 52% this year. And for the first time ever, they had to turn people away from the programs. Gravenhurst Board supports the town's investment in the community by proposed increase of 7.6% for the 2025 operating budget. Future funding considerations for 2025 that I want to touch on too. It's estimated that we're going to need more funds for professional development for staff and board members, more funds for programming supplies, more funds for increasing and maintaining the collection, especially the digital collection. Some legal fees are probably going to increase because we are going to need some help with getting our charitable status so we can start some good fundraising for the future. And yeah, thank you for your deliberation, and that's really all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mrs. Underwood or Ms. Reinhardt? Councillor Morphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was about professional development. We were $3,250 in 2023, and we're going to $9,550 in 2025, and you've spent $1,637. Can you explain the great need for almost tripling?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Morphy. We actually, we haven't spent that full budget this year, definitely not. The plans had been to send staff to a conference that actually didn't take place this year, but it's anticipated that it will be taking place next year. So that's why we wanted to maintain those funds in that budget line, just to cover that cost that we're anticipating. The other thing we didn't do this year is send staff to a conference in Toronto, which is the OLA Super Conference, takes place in January. We didn't actually go physically to that conference. I sent staff virtually, which is considerably less expensive, but I am registered to attend that in January this coming year, and the costs associated with that are around $2,000. So, if that answers your question.
Councillor Morphy.
Subsequent, just, is this something you hope to attend every year? Like it'll be ongoing?
Yes, yes, exactly. Before COVID, I attended regularly myself, and along with another staff member. And we typically have board members go to the OLBA trustee boot camp as well, which is one day of that conference, of the super conference. And we're anticipating 2 or 3 will go to that in January 2025 as well, so.
Thank you for that. Councillor Johnston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, first of all, congratulations on a wonderful year. I've often said that the library is both the hub and the heart of the municipality, and I'm very proud of what you've accomplished this past year. My comment is just simply a concern about the loss of transfers from reserves. You've got a full year now to address that, because that's a significant amount of money in previous budgets that may not be available next year. So as I said, you have a year away, but any thoughts on how you might mitigate that impact? Thank you.
Through you, Councillor Chair Strength, to Councillor Johnston. Thank you very much for your comments, first of all. Very much appreciate the support. In terms of the reserves, we've been certainly this year and the coming year, we are looking at using a fair portion of our reserves in order to bring down the budgeted amount that we're asking for from council. What that looks like for 2026, we'll have to see what we have available in those reserves. And I guess if they're, the development charges certainly are a portion of that, and we are anticipating higher development charge reserves in the next year. So, and that does help offset our book collection specifically. That's what those funds can be used for. In fact, development reserve funds can be used for up to 100% of our collection budget. So depending on what's available at the end of next year, we may be able to tap into those. And whatever growth we see in Gravenhurst will hopefully, help support that, so.
Thank you. That's a good answer. You're out. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Varney.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm just wondering, with the increase in the salaries, could you tell me how many full-time and part-time are receiving salary?
So we have 6 full-time staff, and we have 5 part-time staff, and then we have a temporary staff member who we hire over the summer months. That's our complement. But the 5 part-time staff actually make up 2 full-time positions, like in terms of hours. So it's full-time equivalent, but there's 5 part-time staff.
But with regard to salaries, how many actually receive salaries?
Well, none of the part-time staff are salaried.
Okay,
It's all the full-time staff. And it's the full-time staff that actually receive
Okay,
all of the benefits as well.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Well, we were sorry that your social got canceled during last week's shenanigans, and hopefully it can be rescheduled for the new year.
Yes, we'll look at that possibility.
Oh, good, good. It's one of the highlights for me personally.
I know, we've had a lot of comments on that from people.
That's right. Anything further? Thank you very much. Okay, so next on the list of community partnerships is the Gravenhurst BIA. Mr. Jeffrey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, there's no new levy again this year, so what's happening is there's just a drawdown on the existing reserve for the Mr. Holiday Lights contract.
Thank you for that. Council, any questions? Okay, carrying right along. The OPP Community Policing.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. No change in the OPP Community Policing contract.
And perfect, anybody questions? Seeing none, we'll carry on. The YMCA, Mr. Jeffrey?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As you can read, we're in negotiations with the YMCA right now. Their agreement is expiring December 31st, 2024. So the $30,000 that you see for a grant to the YMCA is just a placeholder only at this point in time.
Council, any questions? My goodness, we're making good progress. Okay. Next is the Muskoka Discovery Center. Mr. Jeffrey, keep rolling.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, these are all the easy ones, so we should fly through these ones. The Muskoka Discovery Center, again, reflects the new community support, the grant that was passed on October 15th meeting. And so the annual grant payment is increased from $130,000 to $150,000.
And last but not, oh, sorry, Council, any questions on the Discovery Center? Okay. Last but not least, in partnerships is the Chamber of Commerce.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is another contract that at the time of print was under negotiations. I understand that they do have a memo of understanding at this point in time. I'm not sure whether it's, I don't believe it's been signed yet, but it's a 5-year agreement. And the contract amount with the chamber is very close to what the estimate is in the budget. And it's a new 5-year, and apparently it just refocuses the roles and the responsibilities of the chamber. It's adding new tracking metrics to better that are better laid out to allow monitoring. It provides a streamlined approach to reduce overlap, and it is scheduled to come to council, or was scheduled to come to council in December, so it might be January at this point in time.
Okay. Oh, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. About the chamber, I'm glad to hear that they're going to come because obviously tourism services have changed. And so just being a stop in, pop in sort of place, just wondering if we're going to hear about any sort of new initiatives taking advantage of some technology and things like that. So we can expect to hear from them.
Oh, Director Halford, you can turn on your own microphone. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Strength, through you to the Mayor. Absolutely, the recommendations of the Economic Development Strategy and the Tourism Destination Plan both include a refined recommendations and approaches for a really refined and honed-in approach for the Chamber, and we look forward to working with them in the future on some new exciting initiatives, some of which we'll be talking about when we get to that part of the agenda.
Thank you for that. Council, any further questions? Councillor Morphy.
Through you, Madam Chair. Any chance with the tourism angle from Chamber that the MAT tax can be used to cover any contracted services with them?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the question, through you to Councillor Morphy. So projects, definitely the municipality can identify a project with our MAT money, our portion of the MAT tax, identify projects, fund them, and then perhaps have the chamber run with it. So we're trying to be really flexible and creative on how we do that. So there's opportunities for that. In terms of whether the chamber is eligible for the tourism Gravenhurst money, yes, okay. I'm getting a nod from the CAO, and that would be, that he's going to answer that question.
Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the chamber would be a potential applicant, so they could apply for funds for project-specific things. And aside from that, Ms. Halford's correct in terms of partnering with the chamber and using the municipal portion of the MAT tax to fund projects as well. So a couple of different avenues for the chamber to access those funds.
Council? I have a question. What has the typical duration of the contract been in the past for the chamber? In that this is a new 5-year agreement that we're going to have? Mr. Lucas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Typically, they've been between 3 or 4 years. Usually it's the timing of the conclusion of the contract aligns with the middle of the term of council, just so there's enough understanding of what they do and reporting and that sort of thing. So that's the typical range of that contract.
Thank you for that. Okay, there we have it, our community partners. So we'll just keep going to item number 3, which is the Office of the CAO and Human Resources. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Council. Ms. Harkis-Laird and I will sort of tag team this presentation. I'll kick things off and briefly summarize the CAO's office portion of this section of the budget, and then hand things over to Ms. Harkis-Laird to touch on the human resource specific items. I'd be remiss before I get into my presentation, though, if I didn't recognize, and I'm going to do it probably at the end of today as well, Mr. Jeffrey's last budget here with us, and so I really appreciate his tutelage financially and otherwise over the last few years, and so I wanted to recognize that now and certainly plan to do so later on in today's festivities. So and again, before I get into my presentation, just a reminder of what Mr. Jeffries and I discussed on November the 27th in essence, you're going to see departmental presentations that are quite concise. The budget binders have been provided since November 8th, I believe it was. Fairly high-level presentation on November 27th. So you'll notice a bit of a theme of conciseness in the presentations from your administrative team here today. So I just wanted to sort of set that context, and at this point I'll jump into the CAO and HR budget here. So on page 33 of your package, you can see the overall financial breakdown of the CAO and HR budgets. And also on that page, you can see a summary of the role of the CAO's office in the organization. I won't belabor too much on the 2024 accomplishments. Council heard from me in November through the CAO's quarterly updates on a lot of the items that the town has accomplished, which my office certainly supports throughout the year. So I won't belabor some of the 2024 accomplishments that have been achieved over the last year. Instead, I'll focus the conversation on a couple of 2025 initiatives. And in each of the budget areas, you'll see sort of highlighted in green some of those initiatives. That's done in order to tie that specific initiative to something in council's approved strategic plan. So as I've indicated before, that plan is really the driver of how we develop these business plans. So we thought it was important to tie some of these initiatives specifically to the goals, objectives, and performance measures in that document. So that's the purpose there. Some of the things that we're going to be focusing heavy effort on in 2025 include a lot of our climate actioning. We have an adaptation plan already in place. Likely in January at this rate, we'll be looking at bringing the mitigation and greenhouse gas analysis forward to council. I think we're looking at January for that now. Doing continued work with the province with respect to the Muskoka Regional Centre and Ontario Fire College disposition to make sure they're disposed of in the most productive manner possible for the town of Gravenhurst. So that advocacy effort, which seemingly never ends, will continue in 2025. My office will also be heavily supporting a lot of the implementation of action plans or action planning, a lot of the plans that rolled out over the last 2 years. Municipality's been very proactive in terms of establishing plans over the short and long term that we'll be putting to action over the next year or two and longer. So one of which, of course, would be the housing needs assessment. So immediate work is occurring from that perspective. We're just wrapping up the service delivery review work. Council will see that early in the new year as well. Great degree of input and engagement with staff, council, and others to basically align the organization to successfully implement the direction provided in the strategic plan that council has endorsed. So really, really good progress there. I know our consultants are just finishing off their final draft, so council will be seeing something very shortly on that, and then we'll get to work on implementing that as well. And of course, last but not least, a number of community relationships and partnerships that my office spends a lot of time maintaining and growing. So as you can see, a lot of what happens in the CAO's office supports others in my team across the organization. So you'll see a little bit of repetition from this area and others throughout the document and throughout the conversation today. So I think I'll stop there and hand things over to Ms. Harkis-Laird to touch on the more HR-related items. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lucas. So as CAO Lucas has mentioned, the HR portfolio is not requesting any significant changes to the HR budget for 2025. Any increases that you're seeing are due mainly to salary and wage progression market adjustments. I won't go over in detail what HR is responsible for, as it's outlined in the budget package, and you've had an opportunity to review that. but I would like to highlight a few of our accomplishments for 2024. So we were fortunate to select and have now successfully negotiated the contract for a human resources information system. We successfully bargained 2 new OPSU collective agreements, and I've been lucky enough to be able to support the CAO on recruitment of a new Director of Finance Treasurer and on the strategic organizational review. So there are a number of other accomplishments outlined in the document, and I won't go into those today, trying to be brief. For 2025, probably one of our main areas of focus will be the implementation of our human resources information system. And then we'll continue to implement strategies that will help position us as a preferred employer, as outlined in the strategic plan. And another significant project, as Director Thibeault mentioned, is the compensation review for council. There are some other plans for 2025 that are outlined in the budget document as well, but I won't go over those in detail. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much. Council, anything for Mr. Lucas or Ms. Harkness-Laird? Councillor Morphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to, I guess, Mr. Lucas. MRC and OFC, we get asked all the time about how they're being maintained. Are there any costs suffered by the town, et cetera, et cetera. I thought maybe I'd take this chance just to let everyone know what's security-wise, what's going on there, and fixtures and things.
Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as they're secured by Infrastructure Ontario, although I believe there's been some usage of the Ontario Fire College property, perhaps by the OPP on occasion. But as far as the town's expense, there's no town expense in terms of the security of those sites. It's solely the Infrastructure Ontario's responsibility. So I think that's got it covered. Okay.
Thank you for that. Madam Mayor?
Oh, yeah, I would just also add that I do believe that the Fire Marshal's office is using the OFC property a bit, just for a bit of storage as well. So there, you would see so the public would see some traffic there, but just essentially for storage.
Thank you for that. Anything else? Nope. Okay. Thank you for that. So now we're on to legislative services. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Chair Strength and Council. It's my pleasure to briefly present to you the 2025 Legislative Services budget. In the mindset of being streamlined, I want to just focus on projects that my mighty team of 6, including myself, completed in 2024 and planning for 2025 with the frame of being progressive, using tools we already have to transform the way and we operate from an efficiency, speed, and technology-based perspective. So I want to highlight in 2024 the leaps and miles made within our communications program outside of a standard printed newspaper. Our amazing communication specialist led the outreach at the farmers market, completed virtual advertisements in various different ways, including paid ads on the Gravenhurst Banner website, the radio advertisements, all expanding the Stay in Touch campaign, which promotes people to stay in touch with the town via following, sharing, going on our email distribution list of the many wonderful digital e-news our communication specialist releases on a regular basis. Continuing with efficiencies in technology, the team implemented with partnership with the district, mapping of the short-term rental program as a GIS mapping tool, which actually that layer was implemented within some mapping during the current emergency to understand where some of our short-term rentals are as a means of finding those who may need resources and unfamiliar with the area. So that tool started out as just a compliance measure for the public and has since been used for emergency management measures. Continuing the digitization of our historical paper records, a focus in 2024 and 2025 is the cemetery records. However, 2024 found wins of continuous Ministry of Environment septic systems, as well as implementing our building and roll file records within online sources, so our crews can access all electronic records when they're out conducting inspections, and staff can easily access on their computers when the phone is ringing about services about people's properties. Of course, a big win for legislated services is this room that we're living in and thriving in today. I'm not sure if anyone wishes to go back to a year ago when we were cold and sharing a microphone in the Centennial Center and looking at blurry screens. That is definitely not what we're working with today, and it's a wonderful new norm that we have. So those are just a couple flashes of technology upgrades that the Legislative Services Department have accomplished in 2024, 2025, continuing with the recommendations of the Corporate Strategic Communications Plan, implementing more of those opportunities of one-on-one engagement, including possibility of coffee with council and coffee with senior management and other members of staff, and investigation of a texting service. Texting notices was one of the big themes that we heard through the communication planning developing feedback. And so 2025, you'll see some investigation into that method. Again, records, digitization, making them available, making them efficient, closing off physical record places because everything lives in the cloud and easily accessible by staff, and as well as public data for members of the public. With the completion of the ward boundary review, which is coming never so soon officially, there will be technology needs that my team will implement the new wards, implement with our tax system, our roll file system, and with MPAC in preparation for the 2026 election. And finally, what do I have here? The cemetery project is scheduled to be a large investment in time and resources for 2025 in partnership with the Infrastructure Services Department to move to a system where people can check cemetery plots availability online, book appointments, purchase online, etc. So there's, again, a lot more in the budget of 2024 and 2025, but those are just the key efficiency technology-based project I wish to highlight for council today. Any questions? I'll be here all day.
Sounds like a busy 2025 for you, Madam Clerk. Any questions? Oh, Councillor Johnston, and then Councillor Morphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the director. Very positive comments, not so much a question as a suggestion. The corporate communication in the municipality has improved dramatically the last year, and I want to thank you and your staff and all the team for doing that. Particularly the website, the new website was a big improvement. I'm getting a lot of comments from the public that communication with the corporate entity is much improved. My request, my suggestion is that in the line of corporate communication, if you could increase the comments or the alerts, the notices about what we're doing on climate adaptation. For the record, I want to assure the public that's listening or watching, we're doing a great deal. But as I've said often at the district, it's not so much the good you're doing, but does the public know you're doing good? So I'd ask that the corporate communication in that particular area be increased where appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Morphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the director. Short-term rentals. Just a couple general questions. How's it collected? But more importantly, is the revenue reflected in the licensing here, or does it go into a general revenue? Where does the revenue from the collected licenses of short-term rentals go?
The revenue is collected in legislated services under our licenses. It's considered a business license. So it's under licenses. Revenue.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on briefly on Councillor Morphy's question, so that license fee stays in the department to offset staff costs associated with running those programs, or how does that work?
Yes, it's collected as revenue. The license maintain is $750. There has been efficiency that staff have made over the past 2 years. We've learned a lot about short-term rentals in the past 2 years. Our numbers are increasing, and as I've said a handful of times, the mapping tool has really been a tool to check if a neighboring property that you think is a short-term rental has a license, and if they are and they're not, then we get a call or inquiry and investigate appropriately. So yeah, it's maintained within and to cover some of the staff costs.
Subsequent.
Well, this is another question, actually. In terms of, and I like the idea of focusing on this one-on-one communication, and your outline you're investigating SMS services, which are texting, being able to text people, because mobile, as we know, it's so prevalent today. But I'm wondering what initiative, like, do we get a sense of how many people on a percentage basis have signed up for our newsletter blasts and things like that? Because I think there's still, with the loss of the newspaper, of course, people are looking for information, and not all, yes, it's on the website, but directing people there sometimes is tough. Is there an initiative to try and encourage people to sign up, to receive our news blasts? And if you're looking at SMS services, clearly we would need their cell phone numbers to do something like that. The flip side of that, of course, is how do we reach the people who don't use technology, of which, we hear anecdotally there's a lot of people in our community. And is there any initiative to look at other ways, perhaps, of disseminating information, especially, Canada Post on strike as well. There's another mechanism that's gone for a period of time. So how are we being, I guess, proactive in reaching people through electronic means, getting their email addresses, getting their cell phone numbers, as well as people who aren't technology savvy?
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I've got some notes here. Hopefully I hit them all, but let's go. Okay. Those who don't use technology, it's funny you talk about Canada Post, because about to press print and distribute, we had a newsletter that was going to go out through the ad mail system of the mail. So not an addressed letter, but a newsletter as a means of print. And it was to provide Christmas greetings and contact information, some highlights of the year. Fortunately, we didn't press print because now it is all out of date. We hope the strike ends soon and be able to reformat and send out in the new year. We were hoping to have that out and be able to report metrics for you at this meeting on it. Nonetheless, here we are. So that was one avenue of non-technology. we are investigating the purchasing and strategic placement of more mobile signs, similar to what the fire department has, that can move around to community events or key locations, all in compliance with our sign bylaw, of course, as another tool of distributing information outside of a technology-based initiative. So those are some non-technology-based things, which are recommendations in the, one more thing. Face-to-face has been a very successful and a requested means. The farmers market was a very, very wonderful opportunity for staff to have a weekly booth, engage one-on-one. I will say 2024 was mostly filled with questions about Bay and beyond, which is fine. And although that's not our main project, we were happy to share that information. But we were able to collect feedback and have conversations with people about other communications and projects and priorities within the municipality. So that will continue in 2025. And hope to expand more settings where we can connect with community one-on-one, whether it be staff, council, other groups and associations. So that's another non-technology-based communication initiative. How do we get more people to subscribe to us? That is all what the Stay in Touch campaign is. It's paid tools that we're using for on websites, ads on websites, through the newspaper, radio ads, et cetera, that says, we want to stay in touch with you, here's how to do it. We have engaged with the Gravenhurst Banner webpage for some of those, and they do provide us with monthly statistics and monitoring of those who pressed and engaged further from the paid ads. You will see in January, it was going to be December, but something happened to take up the time of our communication specialist in December. So you will see a comprehensive communication report of lots of this data and statistics and what we've learned in 2024 and planning for 2025. To get someone to subscribe to a texting service, they do have to opt in. They do have to say, yes, I want your text. Yes, here's my phone number. So it will be interesting for us to investigate that and learn the best routes to communicate. But the communications plan told us very loud that people want texting. I myself have a lot of businesses that text me because I press that button on an online order, and even though I don't unsubscribe, it is a very effective tool and seems to be more prevalent than, say, 4 or 5 years ago. So those are some of I think I answered most of your questions. That's what we're doing.
Love it. Councillor Hunter, okay, so you can.
I have magic power.
You do,
that I
really
can just-
do. Okay,
Okay,
I apologize,
so I'll just,
Councillor Hunter.
I'll just wave, I guess. So, sorry about that, Councillor Hunter. I didn't realize that I was allotted that. I just wanted to say, the communications, I mean, I think we all have to, back to Councillor Johnston's point, say that they've been remarkable. We've received I have received several notes of gratitude about the constant communication that we've had over the last week or so. And I had one fellow reach out and say that he lives in a far bigger municipality for most of the year, and he just can't believe how good it is. And he wanted to give a shout out to Mike Jennings specifically. So, I mean, we are reaching people, and it's very easy. But again, how do you reach the people? I mean, I know we all think it's frustrating when they say, well, how do I get the information? When all the information is right there. So maybe, this summer we do another blitz at the farmers market. I mean, we've made great strides, but I do want to also just recognize the communications has improved greatly. I think job well done, so thank you.
Okay, now, Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is about the ward boundary review. To Director Tebow. Can you give us an idea of the size and scope of work that needs to be done? Like, is that a lot of work now that needs to be done, now that we're changing that?
Madam Clerk?
Through the chair to Councillor Hunter, in theory, it shouldn't, but anyone who deals with technology-based changes, it should just work. Usually doesn't just work. So we will work with MPAC, we will work internally, and we'll actually be working with Elections Ontario as well, as Elections Ontario has taken over the municipal voters list to help streamline and run the code and get the properties aligned to the appropriate wards that they'll be. And this is the reason why ward boundary reviews are required to be completed so well in advance of an upcoming election, because of that volume of work behind the scenes that's required. We are in a good place to approve the final bylaw, go through the appeal period. If there's no appeals, we should be able to get started fairly early on in 2025. And therefore, if there's any hiccups or misses along the way, there is an ample opportunity to be prepared and fixed come the 2026 October election.
Subsequent? Hang on. There.
Yes, thank you. And then just speaking of communications, will there be a plan for extra communications for people who think they're in a certain ward and now are not?
To the chair, to Councillor Hunter, absolutely. We envision some kind of more paper in the mail type of thing. You'll also see those who are impacted will see voter cards in 2026 with you're in a new ward. But we have a lot of tools that we have available to us to share the word. We don't want to get too far into that work until the bylaw is officially approved past the appeal period with nothing. No appeals, but you never know. You have your right to do so. But we'll continue to use all of our resources, communication-related resources, to add bits about, did you know the wards have changed? Here's what it looks like now. Check here, here's where you can check your ward, etc.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Morphy? And then Councillor
Thank you, Madam Chair. I keep deciding whether I need to ask this or not. To Director Tebow, your initiative on the iPad, when we voted the last time where they could actually come in and help them with was wonderful. I got tons of good feedback about that. And to Councillor Jorgensen's suggestion of getting more people to subscribe, when I ask seniors, if you want to get updates, subscribe, their eyes roll back in their head. Is there any opportunity to either go to them, or they could come to you with their tablet? Or would that be, and teach them how to subscribe to certain areas of interest? Or would that be just too much of a strain on your resources?
Through the chair to Councillor Morphy, we've had those types of requests. People call and say, I don't know how to do it. Email say, where do I go? And I delightfully delegate that task to our communication specialist, who gives them a call or helps them walk through step by step. So sure, it's resource heavy to help an individual, but the value is large, and we're happy to devote that time to those sorts of things.
Delightful is always the word that comes to mind when talking about Mike Jennings. Councillor Varney?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. To Director Tebow. Okay, so I'm just going backwards here. Was it actually, when you were going to send out a message, was that actually on paper that was going to be sent through the mail that was not sent? So now we're thinking of sending actually something in January with all the news, that probably new news, and maybe even the new boundaries would be on that. Is that something that's going generally out to everybody? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Varney, yes, it was a mail out, but it wasn't like an addressed mail with your name on it. It would have been like when you get a flyer or a paper like that. So the cost would have been significant less. I think it was maybe 20 cents, 10 cents, somewhere in there for a newsletter, plus printing costs. Yeah, and it's a beautiful document. Too bad it'll never see the world in this form, but we'll be sending it out reshaping it. We don't want to get too far with reshaping it until we know when the strike actually concludes. My Christmas presents hope that the strike concludes soon, but that are stuck in the mail. But yes, it's a printed piece of paper, helped significantly with the assistance of marketing, so it's not just a black and white, here's a letter, but a nice news piece that has communications of events, initiatives, contact information of counselors, here's how to stay in touch, here's where to go, that kind of stuff. An idea of replicating the day or the month, weekly town page that once existed. It would be very labor intensive to do a weekly one, even a monthly one. So the idea was to send out one, test it to see the feedback we get, and to understand that sort of what's good, what's not, and to see the frequency for future years. Maybe a couple more times a year, maybe it was a fail and never, but I think people would like it. We just need to get some mail.
Thank you, Director Tebow. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, just a comment on Councillor Morphy's suggestion about helping senior citizens move into the technological world. Just confirming with Councillor Hunter, in addition to the work done by the delightful Mr. Henning, the library has a magnificent program for helping people with technology. It's expanding, and so if that help is not readily available here for whatever reason, it is available at the library. And as I mentioned, that's one of the reasons why I referred to the library as the hub and the heart of the municipality, because it's there for everyone on a wide range of services, and that is one of them. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Another shout out to the library ladies. Okay. Oh, beg your pardon, Mayor.
Thank you. I was going to say the library is here, and maybe we know one of your staff is sort of the dedicated go-to, so maybe we could ask them to say, hey, while you're here, why don't we sign you up for the town stuff? So just put it on the list.
Okay. All right, legislative services is complete. So let's do a time check. 10:03, we're at financial services. We're not halfway through. Do we think we can do another couple and then take a break? Okay, 10:30 we'll have a break so we can plow through to financial services. Number 5, Mr. Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, I'll keep it brief, some high-level comments, and then, of course, open it to questions. So 2024 accomplishments, the big ones, of course, or the biggest one was the development charge bylaw. Thank you to Council for putting in place such a foundational block for the future. As well, we had the RFP on insurance was again very successful, resulting in some significant premium reductions. The plan for 2025, it's going to be busy. The next compliance update, as of July 1st, 2025, we have to have the asset management plan update in place. And so finance, that's a significant project for finance, supporting infrastructure services in that regard. Now we can add to that the disaster relief assistance program application. That's going to be front and center on our minds. That is for the 2024 storm emergency event, so that accounting will be in 2024, but the work is going to be primarily in 2025. And finally, but certainly perhaps the most important thing is, again, we need to, together with the treasurers of Muskoka, we're looking at our financial management software and its replacement. The system is not being well supported right now, and it means that we can't do some things that the public expects from us, like delivering electronic tax bills, for example. So it's treated with some urgency by the treasurers of Muskoka. We're treating it as, we're hoping that as many municipalities select the same software as we do have now. And the reason for that is there's no such thing as a financial temp service there. If we should have a gap in any of our people, we rely on each other, and the specific financial knowledge, municipal financial knowledge, is very specialized. But as well, then you add, it certainly helps if we're working on the same financial software. So from a risk management point of view, it's an urgent item that's on the agenda of all the treasurers of Muskoka. But it's not really the work. The research work is going to happen in 2025. So there won't be anything. There's a placeholder in the capital budget for 2026. And hopefully that's a significant big project. I can't imagine a bigger project being undertaken by the financial services department than that. So glad I'm retiring. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
That's your cue to jump in, Wayne.
That's a little dose of honesty. Yes, I'll take questions now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Council, do you have any questions? Oh, Councilor Morphy.
Pardon me, I wasn't watching the light. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you. Disaster relief application, what does that involve, and what kind of money do you think we might get back from that?
Yes, thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Morphy. It's significant, so we have 120 days to apply. There has to be a council resolution, so we've got plenty of time to do that. In terms of funding, we have to be over 3% of our levy in order to apply. I think from what I've heard, our Director of Infrastructure, I don't think that's a problem. And the formula is that we get 75% of that first 3% of levy, and then thereafter we get 95% of the rest. So there will be some that we'll have to finance ourselves, but I think if all goes well, we'll be in good shape.
Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So at the emergency management meetings, we have talked in length about the duration of the emergency. And so, to make it clear to the public, we understand why it's based on funding. So we recognize people right now are safe, and emergency services can get everywhere and things like that. But this is all about dollars at this stage of the patience and dollars. So I think that summed it up very, very well why we still have the emergency in place.
Thank you for that. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Jeffrey. You're off the hook.
For now.
Okay, and we could carry right on to Fire and Emergency Services. Chief Cayley.
Thank you, Chair Strength. I apologize, I'm speaking through a mask. It actually makes me look better on camera, so that's good. I'm going to be brief. I think some of you know how hard that is for me. I know I've had questions from council about our proposed budget, and I think you've gotten back a lot longer email than you anticipated. You know how passionate I am and the passion of my staff. A couple things I just want to highlight. There's 3 things in 2024 I want to just really pound home. We're talking about communication with our public. Our Community Connect module through our new RMS system was launched, and we have engaged now with 120 citizens. I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but I'm being told by First Due that's a pretty good number to be in the first 8 months. And what that's allowing people to do is take their own fire safety and home fire safety in hand. They're able to connect with us remotely through different channels, and we're actually getting our community interactions are much higher now because of that. Another thing I'm really happy to say, our recruitment and retention initiatives seem to be working. I'm going to probably jinx myself in the department at this point, but we recruited 12 new firefighters in 2024. We do not anticipate we'll have to recruit for Station 1. We are always recruiting for Station 2 and 3, but Station 2 is very close to being at its full complement, where Station 3 could use a couple more. And then I'm going to end on something. We've all been kind of touching on the emergency. I put in the report when I wrote it a couple months ago that we're going to respond to 280 calls. Right now we're at 360 calls. And with December's the way they normally go, we might even hit 400 calls this year. I just wanted to highlight, I hope I can explain it. In the last week, we were already on pace to have the busiest year in Gravenhurst Fire Department history prior to the storm. We were at 296 calls as of November 30th. In 6 days, the department responded to 20% that number. So on top of our already busiest year, we had another almost 60 calls. So I can't say enough about my folks, so I'm going to take that shameful opportunity here to say that. That's one of our, I think, our greatest accomplishment this year is that. Looking ahead to 2025, again, not to go into everything, but we're looking at revisiting our establishing and regulating bylaw. We have a lot of things coming down the pipe that are straining us. One of them being mandatory certification, and we're going to need council's help on that. So you hope to see a working session with council sometime in 2025, because we have to decide what types of specialized rescues are we going to do as a community. And all of that, of course, involves money, time, and people. We have, there's many things on there. Like we're also, I didn't have there on there because I was recently attended my conference, the deputy chief and myself, and there are now a lot more grant opportunities for fire services we were made aware of. Fire services have not been able to get a lot of grant applications. So next year we plan on a lot more grant applications, seeking out a lot more partnerships, and also alternative revenue streams to try to build what, instead of just being a money taker, we want to try to get more money coming in. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. We have on our 2025 operating budget the addition of a fire prevention officer. That is our biggest, that and the salary grid increases account for 10% of our increase, of the increase we have over our budget. That is, as you can see there, that was suggested in the master fire plan, and with the early, I'm given permission to speak to this by our CAO, on the indications we're getting from our review that I conducted and then shared my information with the folks doing the review, we are a minimum of 2 staff positions behind, not to the point to accommodate for growth, but we are 2 staff positions behind. So I would also like to point out that in our operating budget, my staff, all of my staff, worked very diligently so that the only increase we have is that position and the switching of the ranks inside the operating budget. We made cuts in a lot of other areas. We've actually able to do some service contracts that saved us some money. We found through capital purchases, it will be able to save some money in the long run as well. And this individual will be like every full-time staff member on the department currently is. There'll be a pinch hitter. They will be able to respond to calls as a firefighter, but their primary role will be fire prevention, and with an attempt to get us to a point where we can start doing some proactive inspections. And just to bring that into perspective, I had my FPO jot down. We have one FPO now who is doing upwards of 150 complaint and request inspections the last 2 years, 150 per year. And that includes, that's not just going out, that's re-inspection, that's mitigation efforts. In some cases, it's many court appearances. One inspection can take up to hundreds of hours for one person. And that is all, basically request and complaint. None of it's proactive. The addition of this staff member will give us the ability to become a little more proactive in our inspections, and that was outlined in our master fire plan, that's what our public wanted to see. Wanted to see more fire inspectors, not more fire inspectors, but a better inspection program and a more solidified public education program, which is our two first lines of defense. This council and many councils before it have invested very well and continue to invest in the operational pieces we need to respond to calls. But the time now is we need to build our personnel so that we can do our first two lines of defense, fire prevention and public education. I will leave it there, and I would gladly take any questions.
Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I had the question of, are there going to be a working, like a firefighter pinch hitter as you, so I was glad to hear that. And I feel like I should have to say, I know how, I witnessed firsthand. I mean, I know you work very, very hard every other day of the year, but rolling into the fire department at 2 o'clock in the morning, Sunday morning, and seeing your team there, responding to calls, people sleeping there to make sure that they could get out to the people that they needed to get out to. Same firefighters were at the Centennial Center at 5 o'clock in the morning. We know they did wellness checks. We know that there was not a lot of sleep for our dedicated firefighters. So I just wanted to say thank you. Like I said, there'll be lots of thank yous, but I think the public need to know that these firefighters, they drop everything to come to people's aid. And, you know, it's not anybody, these are not normal people. They're superheroes to put their lives on the line like that. So I just wanted to say thank you. And again, I hope we don't have the experience again to witness it firsthand, but it's been very moving to see the work that was put in by you and your deputy. And I mean, your fire prevention officer was there at that 2 o'clock call as well. And training officer was there. You know, it was all hands on deck. And so I think that money well spent. So thanks very much.
Through the chair, thank you, Your Worship, for the kind words. It's really well appreciated by our staff.
I think it's worthy of a standing O, quite honestly. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, through you. I just want a couple of comments and then a question for the chief. Further to the mayor's comments about how many times the chief's crew and team respond is incredible. And but I just wanted to point out to the public, it's not just fires. There was a situation that happened a week ago that got a very little amount of press, but I was, to use that word, I was very impressed. I had a call from John Miller that the Seguin was listing and was taking on water and was in danger, at least possibly, of sinking, the Seguin. This was on a Friday night. And so I called I made some calls and I called the duty officer, Mr. Taylor, I think it was, Chief Tyler. And anyway, I told him what was happening and what we needed. And he swung into action, and the chief did as well. And a team went down to the Seguin and worked with, and this was the other part that amazes me about what's happened in this whole emergency, Your Worship, is that the good thing that's come out of this is how well people are banding together and how resilient they are and working in ways that we never would have worked before. And the chief responded later that evening, as he always does, to tell me that everything was fine and that working with John Miller's group and other groups down at the ship was amazing. And so I just wanted to point that out. It's not just fire. These people are available at any time for anything. So there's that comment. The fire prevention officer, I fully support that. I think to me it's sort of a no-brainer. I mean, if you have somebody whose function is to prevent fires, doesn't that stand to reason that there's going to be less fires we have to respond to and fight? The Fire Prevention Act, provincial legislation, talks about the importance of a fire prevention officer, very much so. So I support that entirely. And my question was updating the establishing and regulating fire department. When was the last time that was done, Chief?
Through Chair Strength to Councillor Johnston, thank you for the question. The last time that was updated was in 2019. Generally, we don't want to reopen it that often, but with the new mandatory certification, it's put a lot more onus on us as a fire department and you folks as a council to determine what path we wish to go, because now the training certifications are so much more strenuous. So we need to reopen it, and we need to be crystal clear and definitive in what we say we can do and what we cannot do. So that's why we're reopening it now.
Subsequent.
Am I still red? Yeah. Actually, I was supporting it, Chief. In my last municipal post I managed, we did that review, and it was an eye-opener. And so I applaud that you're opening it early and doing that exercise, because it's a very important process to go through with the fire department about, what you're going to do, what the fire department's functions are going to be in the future, what equipment you're going to need, what resources you're going to need. So I applaud that exercise as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Council? Before I give you the floor, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to say that Deputy Chief Clapp is back there too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify that it was Sunday night that they responded, which was, I think that it's important to know, because it was Sunday night and Friday night was, I wish it had been Friday night, because it wasn't in the middle of the chaos. It was Sunday night, and so despite everything else that was going on, they had spent the night hauling people off the highway. I think 300 cars, our firefighters moved off the highway on Saturday night, and then Sunday night, they rescued the Seguin. So, I mean, these are real hero stories. So I look forward to the debrief, because the public don't have a good understanding of all the things, all the working pieces that were going on during this. So Saturday night they were hauling cars, 300 of them. Sunday night they saved the Seguin from sinking. So it's just the amount of work that went on is unimaginable to most of the people out there. So every chance we get an opportunity, we're going to highlight it.
Do you want to push your button, Councillor Johnston?
Just a teeny, I want to thank the mayor for clarifying that. The reason why I said Friday night was just so people understood, this is when your week is over and you've gone home to celebrate the weekend, these people are still on job. The fact that it was Sunday night after all they did that weekend makes it even more amazing. That's why I said Friday night. So thank you for clarifying that, because it was such a prompt response and absolutely a team effort with the fire department and others down there. And it was amazing. Thank you.
So Is there anything further to Chief Cayley's budget that we'd like to discuss, ask questions? Pardon?
I just said, well, how can we?
I know.
Like, good
I know.
time. No, you can't have any of it. No, obviously, I've been always a great supporter of the fire department. I mean, every department is equally important, but lives and safety are obviously paramount.
And like the mayor said, when we get to a debrief stage, our mayor has a memory like a steel trap, and I've been encouraging her to write things down because she has stories, and I'm sure you do too, Chief. I'm sure everybody has stories. That's what I'm here for. I can't wait for that. So, having said that, we will. Good for you, Director Halford. We will take our break. It's 10:26. 15 minutes would put us at 10:40 something. 5. So let's reconvene at 10:45. Can I get you something? Can I get you a pudding? Can I get you an egg cup or a coffee?
Four sleeps, I'm gonna go to Jamaica.
And 4 sleeps are going to Jamaica. Think about that.
My new bathing suits arrived at home.
And you did arms today.
And I did arms today. I hope the phrase that I was gonna ask the chief. I'm trying.
Okay, everybody. I think we'll start. Okay. Well, what a way to finish and what a way to start up. So we'll go right to number 7, Recreation, Arts, and Culture. Director Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to try to keep this as succinct as I can. I do have a bit in my operation, so I will do my best. I'm going to start with some accomplishments of 2024. We have reestablished a really, really good foundation at the Opera House and have increased our diverse range of programs, including a great partnership we made with the Aurelia Opera House, which we have their shows touring to our Opera House, and it was super successful, and I am happy to say it's the first year we have ever made money at our live theater summer shows, so that is a huge accomplishment. As well, we've expanded our Music on the Barge season, so we've gone from a 6-show season to 11 shows this past summer. Again, great success this summer, minus a couple of rainouts, but that's to be expected. We can't control the weather. That was maybe too soon. We also successfully worked with the district over the summer to ensure our events were successful, and we were able to accommodate making sure they were in a good place where they could host, which was Gull Lake for the majority of them. So that was a great thing, great partnership with the district. We had several meetings with them, interesting road closures, things to ensure that our events happened. And finally, the youth space was piloted and was very, very well received by the youth, by the community. We have some great partners now in place, including the MindAid Mobile Hub, who continue to come to us. Even though it's winter, they're coming without their hub and still being in the room. Family Connection, CMHA, and the Health Unit are all really good partners with us in that space and help provide the youth with some extra help where they need it. And we're seeing on average, I'd say between 20 to 40 kids a day in the youth room. So it's been very, very successful. 2025, now that we have rebuilt our foundation at the Opera House, we have a good base, and now we're going to start building some more layers on top of that. We're going to start the return to school theater, bringing theater back into the schools. So we have some work going on. We're working with Autumn Smith and my team at the Opera House to get some programming back into the schools. We are going to continue to expand our programming. We have some partnerships going with the MDC for some unique programming that we're keeping under wraps for now. And another initiative we're going to do in my department, and it's part of our Rec Master Plan, is to formalize a network group of all of our providers in the community that provide programming, services, different opportunities to reduce duplication. So we're going to get a network group together, set up meetings, and be able to share what we're doing so we can ensure the maximization of people attending everybody's programming, and we're not offering duplicate programs to the community. And more work will continue on the Parks, Recs, and Trails Master Plan, implementing some of our short-term high priority items, which include reducing some net expenditures in our facility, increasing the utilization. One of the recommendations is to get to 80% utilization of our facilities. So we have a ways to go there still, but we're working on it. We have increased the number of programs we are offering just in our rec division. So we're starting to increase that as well. And we're going to work on developing a program access and inclusion policy. We've done a couple of months of research into it now, and it is a bigger beast than we anticipated. So there's a lot of work going into that. We're kind of setting a stage there. We can't find anybody who has one in place that fits the needs that we are looking for. So we're essentially doing some research and building our own policy there. Significant changes in my budget. So I'll start with, there is a slight change in the staffing. So I am requesting that our sound and lighting technician at the Opera House move from a casual position to a full-time. He is currently working very close to that number with the changes we've made with our business plan at the Opera House and the increase in shows. So that'll be one change that in the staffing. Centennial Center revenue is increasing, which is great. That's due to our partnership with Muskoka Bay Golf Club for the ice April, May, and June. Rec program staff, we're looking for an increase there as well to help support the youth space a little more. The pilot was very successful. We'd like to see it being used more over the summer months, so that increase will help support the youth over the summer as well. We were only open 2 days a week this summer, so having the extra staff available, we can be accessible more year-round. Our waterfront cost for staffing have gone down as well as the revenue. A lot of thought went into this decision. It wasn't taken lightly. There is a lot of factors in play. I'm going to go into some details on that because I know this is it does impact part of our operation. So this past summer, we had 9 of our 11 weeks of our operation in advisory, with 5 times the provincial allowed average for the water quality. Historically, I ran the numbers in making this decision, and there has been an average of 4 weeks in advisory, including years where we've had goose control and other measures in place. This past year, the lifeguards and park staff maintained the cleanup. They were spending up to 2 hours each morning doing cleanup of all of the spaces around the beach and in the park. I had conversations with the health unit to have a better understanding of what the impacts are to the water. And they said first and foremost is rain is the main contributing factor to water quality, as well as wind, boat traffic, turning up the sand. Sand in shallow water is also a big factor because it contributes to quicker developing of bacteria. The water advisories are not getting better. I went through historical averages from 2017. So an average in 2017 was 155. Provincial allowed average is 200 parts per million. 2019 was 214. 2021 was 326. This year was 532. So we're seeing a trend of increasing issues with the water quality. So I'm not saying I want to cancel swimming lessons at Gull Lake forever. But before I want to consider reinstating them, I want to make sure we have measures in place that are effective and working in that space, or look to reevaluate where we're offering them in future years and maybe change the location, which would involve having a review of our aquatic manual done and making sure that any space that we choose other than Gull Lake is a suitable space. So that will involve resources and consultants to come and do that aquatic manual update. It takes, on the admin side, it takes us approximately 2 weeks to input the swimming lessons into our system for registration. We have to set up 48 individual programs as well as all of the private lessons individually. So it is a lot of administrative work to set it up. And then we have people register and have to refund, which again, amplifies how much time is being put into something. So I would like to see something in place that we can see effects making a difference before I look to reinstate swimming lessons at Gull Lake. And in the meantime, not to take swimming lessons away altogether, we will work with the YMCA to offer swimming lessons over the summer. This past summer and previous summers, we try to, when we have swim advisories, have lessons moved to the Y. But with their own schedules running, they have their aquatic programs and their parent-taught swims going on at the same time as our lessons. They can't accommodate us bringing over our lessons. And for them to, this past year, for them to accommodate them at a different time, they didn't have the staff capacity because our lifeguards cannot lifeguard their pool deck. It has to be their own staff. So there are other factors in place that didn't make that transition feasible this summer. I'm going to leave that there. That was a lot. And then other significant changes, we have a couple of increases in Winter Carnival. We received some MAT funding, so there's an increase and an offset there. Some of the additional funds in the contracted services, our working group asked if we can increase what our expenses are. We hope to recoup, but with it being now a town-led corporate event, the ask was to see if we had to break even. So I put the extra funds in there to support that request, and it's $2,500 that is over and above the actual revenue that we're hoping to bring in. Opera House staff is in relation to not just the salary market increases, but moving our casual tech to full-time. Just so you're aware, the average we've had in previous years is 35 shows a year. We are now at 58 shows this year with several cancellations, some from this past week. So we have increased what we are doing in that facility, which with one technician working casual hours is not allowing us to continue to grow per the business plan operation. Contracted services at the Opera House has increased. This is new ticketing software fees, so we have to get a new system for our ticketing. We have theater manager right now. That contract will be expiring in 2025, so we'll be transitioning to a new system. So that is the new ticketing fee, which we are looking to recover in a fee back onto the ticket to the client. So we're hoping to balance that off. Our revenue, sales revenue from concessions has increased, and that is in part to more shows, but also in part to the ability of our patrons to be able to take their beverage with them to the show. So they're not essentially buying a drink and either dumping it in 15 minutes or wasting it essentially. So we're seeing an increase there. So those numbers have gone up. Other revenue has increased as well, and this is a result of transitioning from producing our own shows to having agents rent our facility. So part of our business plan was to move from less producing and more presenting, which we're doing, and we're seeing the result of that in our revenue increasing. And Music on the Barge, we have increased our shows. We're going to maintain the level that we had last year. However, we're finding, as with everything else, the insurance has increased for that program, as well as the fees that we're receiving from the bands for contract. So we're seeing a bit of an increase there on both sides of that operation. And I'll leave it there if there's any questions.
Thank you, Director Patterson. Sounds like an exciting year. Council, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Director Patterson. So with the swimming lessons, when they can't complete the program, does that mean they're behind in their badges? So I know that, you talked about refunds because they're not being able to meet the hours and required to get their badges. So not only is it, not fun, because kids who want to swim, but they're not ultimately. I think people who take swimming lessons have a goal of then getting all their badges and then their Bronze Cross and their lifeguard and all of that. But so by having these canceled, we're jeopardizing their their journey as far as getting to where they want to be. So, nobody wants to see, we've been down this road before where nobody wants to see we all recognize that swimming is important, but if they're not achieving their goals, and has there been some negative feedback from that they haven't been able to meet their goals?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Lorenz. I wasn't sure what to call you in the budget meeting. You're still the mayor. So I'd say frustration more than anything. With the first time we went into advisory this past summer, we tried moving the lessons to Muskoka Bay. Muskoka Bay. And we, because of our aquatic manual, which outlines where we set our buoys in our swimming areas, we were not able to test any swimmers because they have to be able to jump into the water, they have to be able to tread water, and our swimming line only goes up to your waist. So we were not able to even pass them in that case and trying to accommodate in a different location. So frustration more than anything, but they could essentially, if we move the lessons to the Y until we can establish a better water quality or a new location, they can still maintain getting those swim lessons to be able to eventually be a lifeguard, which we may need in the future. So, yeah.
So subsequent, this is a temporary, this is temporary. So just to be very clear, this is a temporary proposal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is temporary. I'd like to see if the measures that Director Stacey is putting in place will have any impact, as well as further communication with the health unit or other areas to see if there are other measures we can put in the water to help with water quality. And if not, try to find a new location where we can have a deeper swim zone to offer the lessons.
Councillor Morphy?
And thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to our director. I know this little pie in the sky kind of thinking, but have we ever considered an outdoor public pool? Well, the splash pad is under new plans, and putting them together at Gull Lake, I know some municipalities can break even, and you could have maybe closed between 9 a.m. and 12 a.m. on whatever days that you could move from the lake to an outdoor facility. I think it might benefit the community as well as have something that we're looking forward to rather than just shutting down and not knowing when they'll start up again.
So through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Morphy. I hadn't considered that because my first thought would be if we're not going to host swimming lessons, to use the facility that we have with the pool that's there. That's where my thought kind of would go with that.
Councillor Cairns?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Many of you may know that I have a good history with swimming lessons and lifeguarding down at Gull Lake. When I first was hired on to work at the town, I ran the swimming lessons as well as the lifeguard program. We had days where we had to, make alternative arrangements. Those alternative arrangements we did on those days that we couldn't swim. We did on-land training, and it was beneficial there. The students that are hired are usually hired to work and think that they're going to have a full summer of employment. But as sent home because the beach is closed due to different kind of standards that arise with the E. coli and goose feces in the lake. I found it this year to be extremely worse with the geese. And although the geese population has increased immensely in the lake, I don't quote me, but I believe a couple of years ago, we were able to use the lasers, which we had no geese. We had no geese on the lake. They did not come. we were very fortunate. And I believe that with the measures that our infrastructure department, Mr. Stacy, has in place, I think it would be a shame to eliminate the swimming lessons, because I believe that with his efforts in hiring back someone to patrol with a dog, they also clean up the beach, and also put in a few more of the laser lights that will detract the geese. They also suggest in many areas that they use a coyote, not a real one, but the coyote put on the beach does also help to deter the geese. You just have to move the coyote around to different locations every morning and every evening so that the geese don't realize that it's not real. To eliminate the lifeguards would be a tremendous loss for this town, even if it is for just a year. That would mean that the swim docks should not be put in because if the swim docks are put in, and I live very close to the lake, and once a lifeguard myself, always a lifeguard. So you're listening after hours, you know, the children playing in the park and screaming and hollering and pushing and shoving on the docks. So I would you know, not like to see if the swim docks put in due to that reason. If the lifeguards are no longer employed, because if they don't have swimming lessons and the beach is closed, the lifeguards will no longer be there as well on those dates. The town will have to, and this is I quoting from another resident that has commented, the swimming docks will certainly result in creating a more dangerous swimming environment. Losing the docks would also destroy the wonderful community atmosphere that has prevailed at the beach. Also, the lifeguards spend many minutes every morning cleaning the beach and cleaning off the docks. Cigarette butts, beer cans, goose feces.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Maybe I'm incorrect, but I think this is time for questions to staff. Like I understand that there were some questions in there, but it sounds like the counselor is defending the case, which would be at the debate stage if there was a resolution to bring it back in. So while I appreciate the history, there needs to, like, this is a question and answer period for staff. So there was a question, I believe, about whether or not we would be taking the swim docks out. And so I believe that's a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Point taken. I wanted to find an appropriate spot. So this is the time for questions and clarifications. Do you have any questions, Councillor Cairns?
I did speak before the meeting and asked if I was able to speak about this, and I was under the impression that I could do that at this time. I will hold my comments. I do have a question in regards to the docks being removed, and I have a question, and I'll talk to it about infrastructure services.
Director Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Councillor Cairns. Just to clarify, the docks will not be removed. The lifeguards will still be employed. We will be offering swimming with lifeguards 7 days a week in lieu of offering the swim lessons. So we'll be running 10 to 6 every single day as a lifeguarded beach. So the swim docks will be there, lifeguards will still be in place, just as they were last summer. Even with beach advisories, we still had lifeguards in place because people still chose, even though there's an advisory, to swim. So we had to make sure that we were doing everything we could to make sure people were safe. So all of that is still in place for this coming summer.
Okay. Anything further, Councillor Cairns? No. Okay. Councillor Varney, and then Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to the director. I guess what I'm asking is if infrastructure is going to put into place more care as far as the geese laser treatment and goose lady who comes with her dogs, would you still consider canceling the swimming lessons? I hate to see them canceled only because people depend on them and people walk to the Gull Lake to take the lessons. They come from outlying areas to Gull Lake, and it's been such a tradition. I'm just wondering, by actually canceling them, are we doing ourselves a disfavor? And if we know that infrastructure is going to do this extra, would we hold on to them? I guess that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Varney. So historically, those measures have been in place and we've still had advisories. So back to my point, if I can see improvements if he's doing extra or more, definitely bring them back. In lieu of this summer, people can get swimming lessons at the Y. So they've offered to also help by making sure our summer lessons stay going. I understand it's not a lake, I get it. But people can still get their basic skills that they need to be able to swim. So I would still like to see if those measures work. So we'll see what happens with the summer. Not to say if we're seeing a huge improvement over the summer, we couldn't maybe schedule one session at the end of summer, because we can have the revenues offset whatever our costs are. Even if it isn't in the budget, I can make sure that we're balancing whatever's happening.
Subsequent.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, or Madam Chair. Okay, I'm really happy to hear that. You did mention that part of the environment was because of the weather. Well, we can't do anything about that. So it's mainly the geese that we seem to have the problem with. And I'm certainly hoping that with what we're planning in the future, that will clear that up. So thank you very much.
Councillor Hunter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is not about swimming lessons, so do you want me to wait until that can gets kicked around, or can I?
Roll on.
Okay. I think this falls under Winter Carnival, and it's not in the budget for this year, but I'm just wondering what the life cycle is of the Skokie suit. And is it nearing the, I've heard a few comments that it's kind of nearing the end, and I wondered if that is a future plan to fix the face area of the costume. Thank you.
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Hunter. So our actual Skokie is only a few years old. We are looking to get the head modified a little bit to help, but we're going to see what we can do to make that happen, or use our old mascot head and adapt the fur color to the new Skokie. So he is only a few years old, so we're not planning to replace him soon. We may give him a facelift.
Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for staff, I guess, in general. I mean, this is back on the Gull Lake water quality, I guess, which seems to be the driving factor. It's safety, it's health issues. And I'm just curious, do we have a plan to try and see what we can do to remediate that problem? Is it something that is in your budget or in Mr. Stacy's that we should be waiting to grill him about, I guess is the question. So he's pointing to himself. So, yeah, I mean, I think all of us understand how the community really wants to see swimming lessons there, but the other question that I have is, you know, as you said, that you know, we'll have lifeguarding and whatnot, even if the warnings are in place. Is this something that we should be more concerned about? Is the health unit, you know, advising us to continue, you know, business as usual except for the swim lessons? Because obviously we're doing that for health reasons. Is it a good idea to, you know, not promote swimming there in general if we're under an advisory like that? So as I say, I will wait to grill Mr. Stacy, I guess, on the actual measures that might be taken, but the safety issue, health.
Through Madam Chair to Councillor Jorgensen. So the reason we cancel is because we are liable if people are in our programs and we're saying go in the water and they get sick. When it's the public, our lifeguards educate Everybody that comes down to the beach tells them that we're in an advisory. Our signs along the beach say exactly the illnesses you can get from vomiting and all that stuff. And people can still choose to make their own decision and go in the water. We're there to make sure that they're safe if something should happen. So we educate and advise them to not swim, and some people still choose to. Our lifeguards will also let them know other swim or beaches that we have that have swim lines, so they can go to other locations. But we are there as a service if people still choose.
Councillor Cairns and then Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 questions. Were the laser lights put in this past year for the swimming lessons? And my second question is, did lessons happen in Bass Lake? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Cairns. The lasers did not get put in this year. No. And we did not run Bass Lake lessons. There was not enough registration for that program this summer, so we ended up not running them.
Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through, or to Director Patterson, or perhaps Mr. Stacy. You may have already considered this, but it seems that a lot of the water quality seems to be with the geese, and understandably so. I understand, though, that fake coyotes only scare away fake geese. So that's not an answer. But my question is have you talked to anybody at the watershed program through MWC at the district? Because we're involved in all kinds of programs. Our number one priority right now is water quality. And we're doing all kinds of studies on what kinds of things occur in different lakes because of the topography and the soil composition and so on, causes different kinds of bacteria. So it might be worth just you or Mr. Stacy having a call with someone up there about the problem at Gull Lake Park, and they may have some suggestions, or may perhaps suggest that they could do some testing there and perhaps draw some different conclusions or additional conclusions, not different. So just a thought. Thank you.
Councillor Morphy.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to get my head around this. I really am, because my understanding is it rains, turns everything up, health board comes out, they declare it's unsafe to swim. So I'm really questioning how we can call this temporary. It's gone on for years. So that's number one. And the second one is Federation of Cottagers of Ontario. They do a Love Your Lake program where they evaluate your lake for free. And it's mostly about shorelines and not having grassy natural shorelines. And is there any thought of, along with the outdoor pool, if we could throw in a natural shoreline? Just putting it out there for you. Thank you.
Okay, well, Director Patterson, and then I think Director Halford has some comment as far as that's concerned too.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for jogging my memory. I apologize. To Councillor Morphy, temporary, I'm saying temporary, it may not be at Gull Lake. It may be somewhere else. We may find somewhere that is more appropriate, that doesn't have the same water quality issues. So temporary being temporary because we're gonna try to find a solution for Gull Lake, and it could be any one of maybe the option Councillor Johnson mentioned, or yourself, or another location that we can actually have within reason for our community to get to, that we can have set swim boundaries where they can actually do the testing they need to do to pass people.
Director Halford.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just to supplement what Director Patterson just said, I'm confident that the Gull and Silver Lake Association are involved in the Love Your Lake program, and if not, I'm confident that they are, and conduct those shoreline surveys. And you're right, part of the whole, one of the main contributors to lake quality in general, across Muskoka, is the increased rain, the overland flow, the churning of the lakes, the bringing up of the goose poop or whatever it is at the bottom of the lake and creating that, right? So it's a bigger picture issue than just, that's the reason I'm interjecting. It's not just a recreation on Gull Lake. This is a climate change. This is a ecosystem issue. And our devoted partners at the District of Muskoka are working with the lake associations on that, and whatever we need to do, I'm happy to be a part of that and help look into solutions. But I'm confident that our wonderful members of the Gull and Silver Lake Association are well on top of monitoring the shorelines. Yeah, no, that's what I'm here for, Councillor Morphy.
Okay, I think I have a question. You had mentioned, Director Patterson, that the lifeguards that are Town of Gravenhurst lifeguards can't go to the pool deck at the Y. Can the Y, perhaps you don't know this, can the Y lifeguards go on a field trip to the Gull Lake beach to conduct a special swimming lesson or a testing of some fashion, something like that? Do you know if that is a possibility?
To you. They unfortunately cannot, because you have to have National Lifeguard Waterfront to be able to offer anything at the waterfront. And they only have National Lifeguard Pool, so that crossover couldn't happen. So our lifeguards have National Lifeguard Pool, and then they certify up to waterfront.
Thank you for that. Councillor Morphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You made me have a secondary thought on this. What about doing it in reverse? Having it at the Y, and when it's good swimming, go to the lake. And that way they could have both, they wouldn't miss any, and we could offer it both ways, if that's making any sense to anybody.
Well, I thought that's what I asked, but maybe it wasn't clear.
So I think just to clarify what Councillor Morphy was suggesting is that our patrons register for our swimming lessons, and they take them at the pool with the Y staff, or with our lifeguards with the Y staff on deck. And then if water is acceptable, we move our whole program back to the water. I believe, is that what you were thinking? Yeah. I jotted that down. Thank you.
So is that for future, or would that be for this year?
Good question. Let's think. I need to ponder that, because I've budgeted to not do lessons this year, so I didn't factor that into the budget.
Okay. Good discussion. I appreciate that it's a sensitive topic. I am a recipient of Gull Lake swimming lessons. One of my biggest regrets in life was not to become a lifeguard. Anyway, that's for another time. Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Just a question to Ms. Patterson in regards to if we're not able to and won't be offering swimming lessons, do you feel that you will be able to hire lifeguards only for afternoon work? These are youth that depend on their future employment to help them pay for their college and universities and schooling and just everyday pay. So I'm just wondering, do you feel confident that you'd be able to hire only lifeguards for the afternoon?
Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Cairns. The actual operation is going to be from 10 in the morning till 6 at night, so they will have 8-hour days. They aren't losing a ton of hours by any means, so I do feel like they'll still come back, because they love being there. They love working with the people in the public, so it's not just for the afternoon. It'll be from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day that we have lifeguards on duty.
Fantastic. Okay. Anything else for Director Patterson? Have a successful year. Moving right along to number 8, Development Services, Director Halford. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Chair Strength. I'm pleased to be here today to present the Development Services budget for next year. You'll see that there is a 4.9% increase from 2024 for the overall department. I won't go through, and as everyone else said, I won't go through all the details of what we do on a day-to-day basis. You see that every day, so thank you for that. So I do want to highlight some of the elements from 2024 that staff and council have to be proud of. There was a lot of great initiatives and efforts undertaken this year, and I just want to take a moment to highlight those. And I will say before I do that, while all development services departments across Muskoka are phenomenal, I strongly feel that ours is in a class of its own, and I could not be here today without literally could not be here today in front of you presenting this budget if it were not for the team that I was able to leave behind and devote to other things for the last week and a bit. So we're all blessed to have this development services team, in my humble opinion. In 2024, we completed a number of initiatives such as the housing needs assessment, which I will remind again, the first of its kind for an area municipality in Muskoka, so that you guys should be, council should be very proud to do that, to have undertaken that work. And thank you for trusting us to take that to the next level for next year. We launched Cloud Permit for the Bylaw Services Division, and it's still fresh, but it's working incredibly well and streamlining already the Bylaw Services Department. So it was a great investment again. We completed the Economic Development Strategy, which includes not just an economic development strategy, but a retail gap analysis and a high-level industrial lands needs assessment. While that was also being undertaken, Economic Development and the representative from the Heritage Committee, undertook a very small task, which was planning the Provincial Heritage Conference, which was so incredibly well attended and respected across the province for being a really great event. So council should be very proud of playing host to that event. We put the community in a very good light at that event. Earlier, there was mention of the great new website. That was our economic development team that led the launch of that. So we're really proud of that initiative. There's also the work that I've been undertaking with the other area municipalities on the Muskoka Regional Greenhouse Gas Corporate Inventory and Mitigation Plan. That's a long one to say. And we also launched a program called We Dig Gravenhurst, which was marketing and promotion as part of the Bay and Beyond infrastructure project. So we've got big plans for 2025. And as I alluded to before, it's all hands on deck for addressing the housing needs across the community. Councillor Hunter led an exceptional session. It seems like forever ago now, but not that long ago, in Port Carling, about a service swap and connection, and so many great connections happened at that. And the ideas in my head are flowing, the idea in staff's head are flowing, and we're ready to hit the ground running. So there's nothing in the budget specifically related to the housing needs assessment for next year, but be prepared that once we get our feet under us and we come up with a plan, which we're going to do in-house to save money and to make it really applicable to the community here that we know best, we may come back to you. So just heads up. We've also been really proud to work with the district on the implementation of the demand responsive transit system. And I'm really happy to report that last Thursday, in amongst all of this, the district launched the bus around the community, and bus driver Frank was picking people up for free and taking them wherever they needed to go on Thursday and Friday. So it gives me goosebumps, just the community just coming together, and that was just one small thing. So yeah, please tell your friends, use it. We're going to be expanding the shops at the boardwalk, which we'll talk about later. We've got some ideas for a we are going to be purchasing in the budget, if approved, self-serve kayak rentals. It's called the Kayak-O-Mat from Gull Lake Park. So you put your credit card in and you get a kayak out and you go and enjoy Gull Lake and Silver Lake, which are incredible lakes to paddle around. I know from experience. We're also going to launch the cloud permit system for the planning services department, which will be the last division to implement that needs this system. And initial results, high-level initial results of the service delivery review did highlight the need to digitize that process for our constituents, and we're already there. We've got it in the budget, and we already have the contract ready to go. No new positions in terms of the department. I'm really happy to report, though, that we will be filling the third building official position as of spring 2025. So more to come on that. We have got somebody lined up, so we will be at full staff. We are currently now, but there's a little bit of a break due to school breaks, but we will be fully staffed next year. So in terms of the changes, significant changes to the budget, there is an increase of about $19,500 for in the planning department for the rollout of cloud permit. There's an increase of $15,000 for permit deposits. Permit deposits have increased in the building department, adding to the number of permits subject to open permit fees. So obviously, when you get new permits, we take those fees, and if people don't close them and they have to maintain them, we keep that money, right? So it just, it's a natural side effect. $40,000 increase in revenue in the building department due to the rebounding economy we're forecasting. Transfer of reserves to the obligatory building reserve fund to cover departmental operating costs and indirect overhead costs. And that's the building department. In bylaw, we have a decrease of $11,000 in maintenance of vehicles because we are going to be spending money in the capital budget to buy a new vehicle. The fines increase have gone up by $12,500, and this is attributed to the fact that we now have an additional bylaw services, our bylaw official that the previous council put in place. So we're now reaping the benefit of having more boots on the ground out there across the community and keeping us safe and looking great and quiet. In terms of economic development, we have a number of special projects planned for next year, which is an increase of about $28,500. So the background is this: of the $143,000 in special projects, 109 of that is funded by the MAT tax. And in order to let you guys in on what our plans are for the MAT tax money, on the next page, I don't know what page it is, there's a number of items listed. So we've got event sponsorship at $20,000 because we now do the event sponsorship as opposed to recreation. There's a plan to install bicycle repair stations and bike racks in line with our active transportation strategy and the Parks and Rec master plan. We have $7,500 for street banners and beautification of our amazing downtown and beautiful wharf. We have a $10,000 set up for the initiation of Band on the Run, and although it may not happen this year, we're going to be setting all of the infrastructure in place to have that running in the shoulder season in the future. A new, very exciting initiative that I didn't even come up with this, is the Dock Dogs initiative. I know it seems crazy that I didn't, but this will be a shoulder event, and we're looking at having that at our docks, and a significant contribution towards winter tourism events, which includes light installations and winter tourism event facilitation. The Economic Development Municipal Accommodation Tax is anticipated to have an increase of $20,000, and this was adjusted over 2024 to better reflect actual revenue from the past 2 years of the MAT implementation. And the surplus of the $180,000 in MAT revenue, less the special projects, results in $71,000 transfer to our MAT reserve from the operating budget. So in terms of the special projects that we're going to be doing in economic development with that MAT tax money, they're very busy ladies in our division. They've got the shops at the boardwalk. They've got cycle tourism enhancement and promotion, refocusing on Small Business Week and promotion, Wharf Downtown animation initiatives, and another pet-related item, pet designation program for the downtown is going to roll out this year. So signs in businesses identifying that they're a pet-friendly business and that type of thing. So again, I did not come up with this. The wonderful ladies in economic development did, and I happen to think that it's a great idea. So that concludes my report. Budget Chair Strength.
Thank you, Director Halford. A busy little group. So Counselor Varney, your first name is Penny right there.
Yes. No, it's Penelope.
I beg your
Oh, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Director Halford. 2 questions. You also mentioned self-serve e-bike services and the kayaks. Are these 2 items going to be rented, or are we buying them? How many, and where will the bikes be situated? Thank you.
Director Halford.
Thank you very much, Chair Strength, through you to Councillor Varney. The Kyalka mat will be purchased, and we will own it. At this point, the plan is that we could purchase the bikes, or we could rent them. We are trying to get the best value for the initiative and figure out the best way to implement it. We're going to put out a call for proposals to look into that and see what the different options are and whatever makes most fiscal and operational sense. Where the idea is, the great question, the idea is, so the kayaks are at Gull. The bikes would be between downtown and the wharf, and it would be the idea is that it could bring people from the wharf up to downtown and vice versa. It could bring boaters up to the farmers market or around town, and then hop back, take the bike back and get back on their boat. So it's a really, really cool initiative, if I be a bit cavalier about it. And so we're looking at partnerships with the chamber to launch it as well, because we know that they are super keen and super able to help out. So we're looking at what we can do in that regard.
Counselor Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Director Halford. My question is also about the e-bikes. I've seen them in other communities. I think it's 16 and older that can use them. My question is that bylaw or is it the OPP that would sort of police that if we see little kids on them, the safety around them, and also theft of them or damage to them?
So I'll speak to the last one first because I know that answer. They'll all have GPS tracking on them, so you can find them. So at the point, I know it seems, I've been in communities and large cities and smaller ones that have these programs. Kelowna has just rolled it out as well, no pun intended. So the theft and the basically disrespect of a really cool piece of infrastructure is something we have to think about. Hopefully, those that use it and the members of our community respect it, and there is a group ownership and pride in this really neat thing. But if we come to a point where we, it's not sustainable or we're not able to maintain it due to those issues, then we'll have to consider whether it's right for our community. So we'll deal with that later. I'm choosing to believe that this is going to be good and the community will band together and, citizen watch, so to speak, of it. So that's that one. The first part in terms of the OPP, that's a great question. I would assume, actually, I don't want to assume. I can get back to you on that after lunch. I will get back to you on that.
Counselor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Director Halford. Also on the same topic, the e-bikes. I think it's a fantastic idea, Director, a fantastic idea. At the October 4th environmental conference we had in Bracebridge, the 3 students that I recruited from GHS to make a presentation, a big part of it was that. We need more opportunities for people who have bikes or don't have bikes to ride bikes in town. So that will be good. I also think that the visitors that come to Gravenhurst will see this as an opportunity to visit Gravenhurst, see it from a vantage point they've never seen before. I lived in Beijing for 20 years, and these things were all over the place. I mean, the car in China is a bike. Families own a bike. And so it was ubiquitous everywhere, and it spread all across Asia. So I think that visitors to town will see this as a really cool way to look at Gravenhurst and make us unique. My suggestion, Director, is that if you, I sit on the Muskoka Tourism Board, if you send this information, talk to Val, we can promote the heck out of it. And it's another reason to come to Muskoka, to Gravenhurst, because we are the gateway not only in entrance, but in ideas. So that's perfect. And I also think that, so I talked about the youth, about visitors. I also think that people who live in Gravenhurst that don't own a bike or haven't owned a bike for 30 years will again see this as an opportunity to leave the car in the garage and travel around and do their whatever on a bike. So it's just a fantastic idea. It aligns perfectly with my climate mitigation efforts and yours and the department. But it's just a good social initiative as well. I really love this idea. Thank you.
I love your enthusiasm, Councillor Johnston. We'll go to Councillor Morphy, then Mayor Lorenz, and then Councillor Jorgensen, sorry.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I have 2 questions, but I'll stay on the bike question. First off, we always envisioned connecting the wharf and the downtown, and now with the transportation on demand and the bikes, I just want to thank you for that, because we've always wanted that. But last term of council, when we were going before Minister Mulroney many times and wanted to get the train back, part of our vision was to get the train back, have day trippers, get in Gull Lake, rent a bike, head down to the wharf. So a long way around to my question, do you see expansion of the kayak program at the wharf? Because that was part of the whole get on a bike, go down to the wharf. You know, both economic development areas get the tourist dollar. So is it possible for it to be expanded?
Director Halford.
Thank you very much, Chair Strike, through you to Councillor Murphy. I love your enthusiasm for the project. Let's see how the first year goes. Let's see how it's used, but absolutely. The great thing about council's decision to implement a MAT tax is we have a sustainable source of revenue to contribute to these types of initiatives. I can't wait to report back to you on the metrics of how much it's used, when they're used, because that'll all be recorded, right? So we'll be able to make fact-based decisions, evidence-based decisions on expansion, and yeah, the sky's really the limit as long as there's funds to do it and it's being used. So I appreciate your enthusiasm, Councillor Murphy.
Mayor Lorenz.
It's not so much as a question as a challenge. We've all got to do the band on the run. So to staff and council, let's get our sneakers on and start training.
I apologize. I don't know what band on the run is. But I'm sure somebody will tell me somewhere along the lines. Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving from, these exciting new initiatives to equally exciting IT and planning application stuff. I'm just curious if this new cloud permit, something we've talked about before is getting more information on planning applications available to the public. And I'm hopeful that the cloud permit system will allow us to do, if you think back to the information that was available for, the Starboard project as an example, where, we had links to the environmental reports and the engineering and things like that. I would really like to see that for all our development applications, because people are interested in what's going on around them in terms of new applications. So I'm just hoping that cloud permit will give us that.
Thank you very much for the question, through the chair to the councillor. It's easy to get caught up in the economic development exciting things, but there's 3 other divisions as well, so I appreciate you focusing back in on planning. One of the main benefits of cloud permit is that our counterparts in other municipalities have successfully launched cloud permit for planning purposes, and we can benefit from their troubleshooting and algorithm crafting to map the data, put it on our website, link things to it easily, us not have to recreate, like it was very manual, person heavy putting everything up on for the Starboard. So this will help us. It'll all be there. We can just pick the things we want to be public, and we can make them public. So yes, absolutely. The whole point of this is to make the information that's coming in easier, and to provide that information back to the community easier, and in a one-stop shop, so people aren't looking all over the website for it. So absolutely, that's the goal. So it'll be phased in, so it won't be right away. We'll get our feet under us in terms of using the software, and then we'll be able to make that, I'm making that commitment to council that increased transparency will be there.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair Strength. I just wanted to ask, for all the people that don't know, what is Band on the Run? I'm not sure either. I see shoulder season, so I'm assuming that's not the summer time? Different, okay.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Robinson, my apologies, I should have explained that. So years ago, before the pandemic, there was an event in Huntsville that was called Band on the Run, and it's a 1K, 5K, and a half marathon event. And there's bands stationed all along the run, and you can listen to them as you run along, and then there's a big band at the end. So one year they had the Sadies, and another year they had Joel Plaskett down at River Mill Park. So the organizers of that event were looking to sell the event, and we purchased it. So all of the rights to it, and the contact lists, all of their infrastructure. So we've just been a little busy with a couple other big events like the Heritage Conference and all of that kind of stuff, but we have been chomping at the bit to get this going, and we are the perfect location to have Band on the Run, because where could they end up at the end of it? Gull Lake, and right? So it's going to be, I think it'll be a really exciting event. We have so many great local artists working with Shauna's connections, Director Patterson's connections. So there's a lot of really great opportunities for synergies. So.
Well, that's fun. Councillor Morphy.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Back to the pets in stores. I often get questions of the restaurants with patios, what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do in regards to dogs. And every restaurant takes it under their own advisement, what their customers are wanting and asking for, and not wanting and not asking for. Will there be a policy about pets on the patios as well as the stores? Is that part of the program?
More details to come on that, Councillor Morphy.
Okay, well, that was good discussion. Are we done? Is anybody anything further? Okay. Well, we'll just progress right, pardon me. We'll just progress right to number 9. There's nobody more, while Development Services has lots of fun to look forward to, there's nobody that captivates his audience like Director Stacey. Infrastructure Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, council, community, everybody. Stay safe. Pleased to provide you with the budget that's before you. We're recommending in that budget a 7.9% increase. It's not that we'll be offering a lot of additional services in our department, but really that's the number that we figure we need to carry on with continuity of service. Under normal standard conditions. It wouldn't be to ramp up our department that we could deal with a significant weather event like we've been experiencing of recent with our own internal resources. We would still require external resources to that effect. But if you allow me, Budget Chair, I wouldn't mind saying as the head of the department who's been involved in a lot of the road maintenance, I want to give a shout out to a few people if I can.
Please do.
First, I'd like to give thanks to all the frontline staff who are taking the calls and triaging people to where they need to go, and to helping the infrastructure team stay focused and do the good fight out there clearing the roads. You're doing a wonderful job. You're a sympathetic ear as much as you can be, and I'm thankful for you all. Thank you for those communities who have come forward to Gravenhurst to help us out, namely the County of Simcoe, resources from City of Vaughan, resources from Region of York, and more recently with the Town of Bracebridge, who is helping us given our sand dome has just recently collapsed. My thanks to them. I know many of these municipalities much larger than us are using Gravenhurst as a case study and looking at their own preparedness in their communities and making some adjustments and tweaks. And there will be an opportunity for my department to come back and reflect on what worked, what didn't work, where we can see improvements can be made, but that's not reflected in this particular operating budget. And I also want to thank my management team. They're probably sick of hearing from me at 1:30, 3:30 in the mornings for the last 10, 11 days, but I'm appreciative that when I need them, they're there. And we've had several impromptu meetings. What are we going to do with this? And we've worked through it together. Thank you to them. And most of all, I want to thank my staff out in the field right now. There is 9 very dedicated plow operators that have been working relentless hours to keep this community safe and bring it back to a state of normalness. And those are 14, 15-hour days. And I have 4 sidewalk operators who are trying to punch holes in banks to make sure that pedestrians can move. It's a slow move, and I get it, but we will get there. I am starting to see a light at the end of the tunnel. And again, I am thankful to them. I am thankful to their families for allowing them to be with us for the time they have. And because recognizing they have their own issues at home to deal with. And so my thanks all around. A big sappy love story, but thanks everybody for chipping in. Moving on to the budget. Again, as I mentioned, the budget before you is really status quo services. There's a few tweaks in there, some new assets that we've taken on. We've taken on some tiered seating this year following the successful partnership with the Rotary Club. We've taken on some additional goose cleanup duties that I'll enlighten council on what the path forward is on that. And hopefully shortly we'll also be assuming the new addition to the Discovery Center, and all that comes with a cost. So those costs have been embedded in this particular budget. But other than what do we do in infrastructure services, I mean, it's laid out in the few pages that we've in our budget binder. But essentially, I like to think of us as caretakers of corporate assets. That's in the simplest form. So we try to do that through a maintenance budget in our operating plan, and then we do that through a rehabilitation and replacement budget through our capital plan, which we'll talk about further today. Some accomplishments for this year. Again, I'll go back to the Rotary Rocks the Barge project. I think it's a cool project, and there's some things that will complement that as we work through this budget year. And my thanks to the Rotary Club for really investing in our community and coming to the table with a rather large sum of money to help bring something new and exciting to the community. We did about 50 projects this year. We closed out about 50 projects. Most capital projects take about 2 years, even though we budget them in 1 year. They're not necessarily finishing in that particular year. They take about 2 years. But we were able to successfully close about 50 capital projects this year, from design, what are we going to do, to full construction and management and closing out of projects. And we successfully hired a new manager of operations, Lyle Bergstrom, who's in the audience with us today, and it's actually Lyle's birthday today. So happy birthday to Lyle. Moving forward, and I will say Lyle's successfully passed his probation last week, so a thumbs up on that as well. New initiatives for 2025. We're going to continue to look at the industrial park and the feasibility of getting that off the ground. Really the only piece that's a bit of a head scratcher at this point, and we're working with our district friends to find a solution, is getting sanitary sewer to that particular part of the world. The design is done, from water to grading to lot severances, stormwater management, that's all done. So we'll continue to chip away at that, and I hope to be able to come back to council near the end of the year with a good news story, maybe a path forward of how we can actually implement this thing, but there's still much work to be done. If council approves the capital budgets for my particular department, there'll be additional 46 projects for us to occupy our time, which we're looking forward to tackling, and we've already put provisions in place to start kicking the projects forward in January with our consultants. Council, again, if council approves it, one of the more exciting projects will be to look at the Wharf Sports Field and how can we make that a more inclusive, better space from a recreational aspect. So again, there'll be community consultation, design element, and then we'll bring something forward to council for consideration moving forward. We heard the treasurer speak today about asset management and looking at our asset management plan. I'll be working closely with the finance team, but essentially our department will be leading the charge on what are the level of services that our assets received, and are they the right level of services, and then we'll be working towards meeting compliance with the asset management legislation. And then to finish it off, we'll be working closely with the legislative services for that handoff piece to the cemetery management piece, where they'll be the front end of the operation, and we'll continue to be the back end. For staffing this year, we are requesting a new operator, but that obviously will be tied to a capital ask. If this new operator is hired, along with the capital ask, that will provide us with some more nimbleness in our department, a new piece of equipment we don't have now that I would have loved to have had during this significant weather event. Would I have needed more? Yes, but it helps us become a bit more prepared as these things will come more frequently than we would like to see them. Climate change is a real thing, unfortunately, and we're seeing the impacts of that in various forms. Explanation for budgets, walking through it, really new staffing, new labor grid, so that impacts remuneration for the staff. We have some additional utility costs that we've forecast based on running the Centennial Center for a longer ice period. We have some maintenance that we have to do to some of our communication towers following out of an assessment. There's money in the budget for that. And in our parks expenditures, we anticipate a net increase. That's the biggest area of increase outside of staffing costs, is we will now have to maintain that tiered seating. For goose control, we're looking at a variety of things that we can do to manage goose collection at our parks. I'm not convinced that there's one solution that's going to solve all our problems. So I'm a big advocate for trying multiple things, and that there are multiple things that you can do. So my thoughts is we would try incremental pieces at our parks and see which one works best, and maybe that's the right fit for Gravenhurst. So I'm not going to say what we're doing this year is going to solve all our goose problems, but it will provide us with a better understanding of how we can move forward. Unfortunately, if the non-invasive things don't work, there are other lethal means that you could proceed with, but I don't want to go down that path at this particular time. But if we get to a point where we have to do more invasive, lethal treatment of geese, there's a process for that as well. But I don't think I want to talk about that at this particular point, because I don't think it's required. I will leave it at that, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Stacy. Mayor Lorenz?
Yes, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Andrew, thank you. Like, you thanked everyone else, so I just wanted to thank you. It's been a long week, and I know the safety and well-being of your staff is always weighing on you, and I just want, I know it's been a lot. So thank you for leading the team, and we're very proud. So, but I had a question. Is there any way we could give gooses away for Christmas bonuses like they did in, no, that's not my question. About the infrastructure industrial park, or the industrial park we're talking about, would it be worth working, and I'm sure you already are, with economic development? Maybe there's somebody out there who wants to sort of take it from us at this stage. Like, is there maybe a private developer somewhere that wants to get it over the finish line? I know we talked about, making a bit of money selling them individually, but I just wonder, has that been considered?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Lorenz, certainly that's an option, but I wouldn't say we're at a state yet where I could say, here's the package, and hand it off to a developer to build. Like the sanitary sewer and the need for sanitary sewer in the area and how it's going to be serviced is really the anomaly at this particular stage of the game. And once we figure out that, if we figure out that, then I think it's a fair game for council to consider. Do we want to be developers, or do we want to hand off a development-ready package for someone else to do? But thank you for the question.
Councillor Morphy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. I would be remiss in not asking about the Wharf Sports Field transformation to an outdoor hub if it's going to possibly include pickleball courts.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Morphy, I would envision that there may be a pickleball court in the future for the town of Gravenhurst. Not trying to plant the seed, but we've heard it from our recreation trails and master plan. I fully anticipate that will come back as well through the communication piece. And we've already been thinking a little bit ahead of things the community might ask for and how we would respond to that. And that's certainly something that we're anticipating hearing back from the community on.
What's a budget discussion without pickleball? Councillor Varney?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Director Stacey. I know I'm speaking actually on behalf of the Accessibility Committee, and I know you said it was the town's position to install handrails at the Gull Lake at the seating. Is that in the budget? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Penny. No, it hasn't been put in the budget for this particular cycle, and if we want to get that specific, it would probably be best if it's brought forward through by the Accessibility Committee, because there will be a cost to doing that and a bit of a thought process of how do we even do that. So there's nothing in there for this year.
Anything further? Oh, Councillor Jorgensen, I'm so glad. Of course, good, I'm glad.
I'll I have a couple of questions, but the first is the Wharf Marina. I know at one time that was, we used to basically contract that service out. And I'm just wondering if that's still the most effective. I mean, we're running at a, it's not a huge amount of money, but we don't make money there. And I'm wondering if that's still the most effective way of handling that resource. Also, is there an opportunity through working perhaps with economic development to provide more services, tourism-related services through the Wharf Marina by running it ourselves? So that's one question.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Jorgensen. From my experience here at the town, initially starting with an arrangement where the town contracted out the Wharf Marina versus what it's costing us now, I would still say that what we're doing now is the best solution for the town. Recognizing the gas bar doesn't make money, it's really just a service level to the community, and it's still fortunately paying for itself. where we're really gaining traction is in that prior relationship with that contractor, we actually gave all the dock revenue to them as well. And we're netting through our dock revenue about $185,000 a year in the good, which is far better than the $17,000, $18,000 that we were getting 10 years ago. So I'm still convinced it's still good value for the town. Again, do I think it may be something we want to do in perpetuity? No, I think there's always room to look at things and reevaluate things and question if it's the best move forward for the town, but that's something I see as future work, not necessarily work that has to happen today. Regarding an opportunity to work closer with economic development, I don't know what those would be at this point, but maybe just information sharing, but certainly there's always room to collaborate more with more internal departments if that's the will of council, and if there's a will of council to tie economic development with that marina, we as administration would certainly work towards that goal. But at this particular time, other than pamphlets and light information sharing, there's been no dedicated focus on economic development and infrastructure working together to better use that wharf marina.
Councillor Cairns and then Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered, Mr. Stacy, if, as we all noted, or I've noted anyways, and it was mentioned in Ms. Patterson's conversation in regards to the water runoff. So I know that Gull Lake has always had a problem with, it's high and everything goes downhill, and we have some issues with the water runoff in certain areas quite heavily falling through some of the parking lots. So we're getting some contaminants from the parking lot as well as throughout the park. And I wondered if in the budget there was anything to increase the berms along the shoreline or along the top of the hill so that it doesn't, so that we create a diversion so that it doesn't go directly into the lake. And as well, I was wondering if along Phillip Street, there's five culverts that go into one area and go directly into Gull Lake. And I know that in the budget, it's not till 2026 or 27 now. It's been moved back every year. But I think that amount of runoff contributes to part of the problem with the toxicity of the lakes. And I wondered if there's any way possible that if it was put in the budget, or is it possible to add some kind of a filtration system? And I know I've seen the culverts or the drainages, then they put in these screening things at the top so that they can be regularly cleaned rather than have so much of the contamination, the oils and gases and garbage and whatever else goes down those pipes and into the lake. So I'm wondering if that was included in the budget, or is it something that we need to talk about? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Cairns, we are aware that the park would benefit for some berming to redirect some water, and we're just going to try to accommodate that in our existing operating budget that we provided. Regarding Phillip Street particularly, and some of those outlet points, when we get to the stage of rebuilding Phillip Street and the district have, and us in the district have a line, because there'll be a lot of there's water that has to be redone. We'll look to separate some of those outlet points going to Gull Lake Park. It may mean running a new line through Gull Lake Park, to be honest with you. And the new requirement for today is we wouldn't be allowed to put an outlet like that in without some sort of quality control device upstream to remove some of the suspended solids or the petroleums that are coming down from the storm sewer system. So that will naturally that'll be forced upon us in any way once we get to that stage of improving the storm sewer system in that particular area. But it hasn't been reflected in this budget.
Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I have two questions, but I'll just start with my first one and then can go around again. The roof collapse, I understand obviously it's not in this budget because it just happened, but will there be budget implications in 2025 due to that roof collapse that we need to make room for? Is my first question.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Hunter, there may be. I don't know at this particular point because the collapse just happened on Sunday. We'll obviously try to leverage insurance as much as we can, but it will be, I don't envision insurance is going to give us enough remuneration to build what was there previously, so there may be some budget implications. And once we know the numbers and what the plan is for it, I mean, we'll report back through the finance department on options for council to consider. But at this point, unfortunately, I just don't have all the answers of what the cost magnitude would be. Spitballing, I'm thinking a new facility there will probably cost us, if we can repurpose some of the existing facility, 800 to $1 million. But at this point, it's too early to say those are ballpark numbers.
Okay, my second question is about sidewalk clearing fleet, I guess. With the increase in neighborhoods, coming off the beach road, is there consideration to adding to that fleet or subcontracting over time as we continue to build more into that area?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Hunter, certainly as we continue to grow, we'll look at what our resources are needed to respond to that. I can tell you right now, with this storm event, we brought in some additional equipment that we're testing out and we may be purchasing because it's proven to help us out with the amount of snow that we have today. And again, if we need to, we can pivot and bring a report back to council for more staff, more resources. But I think at this particular time, with that new piece of equipment that we're hoping to bring online, we've rejigged our routes to the most efficient way possible. And I'm confident, or I believe at this point, we can tackle it on our own. But certainly as more subdivisions come online, more sidewalk gets installed, there may be a need just from a time factor from getting from one side of the municipality to the other to, it may make sense at that point to bring on additional resource. But at this time, I think we're good.
Councillor Morphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I also have two questions. Page 88, I know this is the operating budget, and parking lots, we've got $143,000 in operational. I know we'll have in the capital. Have we ever considered parking fees for non-residents to generate some revenue to offset the expense?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Morphy, I guess the short answer is no. But it may be something we look to as a way of managing growth when the time's right. But at this particular time, no, we haven't looked at parking levies or parking fees to help manage the cost of the, because there's a cost, to be honest with you, there's an upfront cost to put those provisions in place, and they're not always that reliable, and they have a cost to running them as well. So I think if we get to that point, there'll be a few things that we have to consider before saying it's a good thing or bad thing.
Second.
Just a quick subsequent, because we have marina staff and staff at the site, one of those other municipalities have done a go see the attendant, get your ticket and shove it in your dash kind of thing. It's pretty inexpensive. And I understand it's on an honor basis. And then when you go, you show your driver's license that you're a resident, you get a sticker that says, I live here. Now, my second question, thank you, is about the train station. I see we have revenue generating for $40,000. Are we looking to successfully rent that this year or next year? I'm sorry, year out.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Morphy, yes. Economic development has been pounding the pavement to try to find someone to go into that space. As you know, there's been some proposals brought forward, nothing stuck yet, but it hasn't lost focus. We're still trying to fill that particular space.
Super. Okay. Oh, I beg your pardon, Randy. I didn't see your light on. I mean, Councillor Jorgensen.
Randy is fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'll just circle back to the goose poop situation, but it's not, from what we are hearing, I think that is a component of the problem. at Gull Lake, and I did hear your answer to Councillor Cairns about, you know, the storm sewer outlets and things like that that need to be managed. But are you intending to, you know, work with, you know, look at other options, like the reasons behind why we're seeing the problems in Gull Lake in particular? And, you know, I think we talked about berming, but stormwater management of the park and area, things like that, I think. You know, one thing that, the reason why we see it in Gull Lake is because the health unit does monitor certain beaches around, but I'm sure this issue is on lakes all over that are not monitored. And in fact, the Ministry of Health does, you know, testing of drinking water, and they will not accept samples that are untreated from open water. So most people have no idea, you know, how their own lake is, but I think this problem is probably more than just at Gull Lake. And I mean, we see advisories at Muskoka Beach as well from time to time. Or, sorry, I'm thinking West Gravenhurst, whatever that's, Muskoka Bay. Yeah, as opposed to Muskoka Beach. But what do you have plans to try and look at what we can do to mitigate in general the conditions at Gull Lake in particular?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Jorgensen, yes and no. It'll be something that we'll do intuitively through the Goose Control Program. We do know that we're going to be planning for the improvements to Gull Lake, Phillip Street at some point, like I mentioned previously. All that will provide, you know, stormwater management techniques, certain way of doing it, and goose control. Those two combined things may help out the water control. Do I have it specifically identified in here? No, but I know council has their finger on the pulse as far as water quality for more at this point Gull Lake, and as a department we'll continue to do what we can to understand what's causing it, and again report back to council if we think there's anything we can do here at this particular table. Just touching on the goose control stuff, and not saying that's gonna solve all the water quality problems in that lake, but again, there are a number of things at work, or a number of approaches to addressing geese, and I think the first order of business is identifying what works best, and then maybe we move on to the stormwater management thing. I think we need to stay focused on the goose control piece, and then look at, once we got that comfortable with that, then we move to the stormwater element. So it's never going to leave us, Councillor Jorgensen. I don't think we're going to solve all the issues this year, but as a very proactive department in infrastructure services, I think we're proactive at least. We're always committed to looking at new ways of doing things in the best interest of the community, and we hear what council's concerns are, and we take those seriously.
I'm going to go to Mayor Lorenz, and then Councillor Morphy, and then Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. We were sort of talking about it in the infrastructure department one day. What about us getting a dog? Like, I mean, we talk about resources, and we could use a, I don't know, it would make a great mascot. I know we pay a small fortune, and it's not cheap to have the hire of the person with a dog. I mean, I don't think if we had an in-house dog, I don't see really any negativity around that if we had a handler. I don't know. I just thought that, just put it out there. You know, we could all take turns like the classroom hamster, so.
The park dog can keep the yard cat company, so it's actually not a crazy idea, to be honest with you, but certainly that has to have some analysis to it. Top of mind, there's groups that have animals, that take animals for walks. Why not get into partnerships with them so they can go into the parks and bring animals in at no cost to municipality? But again, that's something that we'll work through. But thank you for the suggestion. Certainly my counterpart here to my left, ears perked when you mentioned the possibility of getting a dog.
Oh, yeah, me.
Councillor Morphy.
Thank you, through you. That would certainly have to change our leash bylaws by a mile if we do that, because when they chase those things, they go. My question, oh shoot, I just forgot it. I got so excited talking about the dog. Oh, right. When we had the goose problem at Muskoka Bay Park, right, and with the baseball field installed sprinkler systems, and the sprinkler systems go off in the middle of the night, we don't have a goose problem anymore. I know this is a capital expenditure. If we did look at sprinklers at the shoreline, that just come up because the geese, literally within a week of you installing that, and it was just a lucky side, thing that happened at the park, and that we eliminated the geese. So I just wanted to remind everybody of what had happened at the ballpark with the geese.
Okay, sprinklers. Counselor Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree, we need to work on the leash law because I walk my dog, and I know my fellow counselor walks their dogs through the park on a regular basis. And my dog loves to chase the geese. She would never hurt them, but she definitely does. But it's hard because she's going and my arm is going like this as she wants to go. So we have chased several geese out of the park. But my question is, or my comment, because it was brought up about the lakes and what we can do. Ms. Halford did mention about the Love Your Lakes program that did happen this year. It was on Gull Lake and Silver Lake. Every house was evaluated by students from the district. Thank you to Councillor Johnston for letting me know about the program, and then I asked if Gull Lake would like to implement it, and they were all hands on deck. With that, I believe we each person along the lake gets a report back, but that report is confidential. It doesn't tell anything, it just goes to the owner only. So I'm just wondering how we could go about maybe a volunteer, a volunteer program saying, this is what they said could help, growing your shoreline. I've got to say, living on Gull Lake, I have not got a geese problem because the shoreline is naturalized. The weeds grow. We used to, when we first bought the house, we thought, oh, we'll mow the lawn. We don't do that anymore. And it has helped a lot. And I know in a swim area like Gull Lake, when it's open and things like that, I also found, is it possible, Councillor Morphy just mentioned it, about the sprinkler system, it would be set off by, like you can get it to go on a system, some kind of a system, so if they start to come up, it would automatically go off, because we don't want to run the water all night long. But if it was possible that you could get some kind of a sprinkler system that each night, it goes on at a certain time at night, and then it would help. But we'd also need one up in the park area, because they do fly in and land in the park. They don't just land, for some reason, they do love the grass. It's very well maintained and it's very green. So the ball diamond is one of the big attractions to the lake. So I just wondered if you could assign, or if we could get some dogs, volunteer dogs off leash to help assist in the goose problem. I know that I've met the goose lady many a times, and she said, that, and sometimes she would be there not with her dog, just on her own to help clean up the beach. So, but two questions, the Love Your Lakes program, and about maybe lifting the bylaw for certain dogs that walk in the park on a regular basis that would help with the control of the geese.
You guys hammer it out on your own.
Yes. Sorry, just with my risk management hat on, I think we would want to make sure that any dogs had the formal training and that type of thing. So this is a bigger, it's a bigger issue that would have to be considered as part of one of Mr. Stacy's deck of possible solutions for, that he mentioned earlier, multiple different mechanisms that could work. I like the idea of dogs just in general, but I think we have to think about risk management and liability and all that type of stuff as well, and that would definitely come into play. But if there is an opportunity for that, you know, bylaw services is all ears, and we're at the table to discuss it with Mr. Stacy. Is that accurate? That concludes my response.
Oh, yeah. And the Love Your Lake. Love Your Lake.
Yes, Chair Strength, I did not understand the question related to the Love Your Lake. Yes, they are doing it. What was the question again? I forgot the question. Like getting the data? Absolutely. The data, we can talk to Director Doyle and Rebecca Willison at the district, and we can look at that. We got, I know we got a, because we're a property owner on Gull Lake, we got a copy of the report. So we can look at that. If we don't have it, we'll get it from them. And yeah, more to come. They'd be happy to help us with this issue, I'm sure.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Johnston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just on that question, Director Halbert's right, and as Councillor Cairns is, those reports are private. However, a general discussion with property owners on a lake, Rebecca Willison does that. She'll go out and talk to groups, not about individual reports, but what you can do, what your report might mean, and also recommend the vegetation that might be put in, where to buy it. She even has gone out on weekends to help people actually plant a tree. So all that information, all that assistance is available through the director and through Rebecca Wilson. Yes.
Thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Stacy, I don't believe there's any further questions. You have completed your duty. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so lunch is here. We have one more item, corporate administration. I don't want, do we want to tick that off the list and then we'll break? Nope. No, we don't want to tick it off the list until after the break. So we'll take a break right now. We'll break for a half an hour. Is that adequate, Mr. Jeffrey? To come back at 1 o'clock?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely.
Perfect.
30 minutes is fine for us if it's fine for council.
It'll work for us. Enjoy your lunch. Okay. 103. We left off at infrastructure services. So let's pick it up at number 10, corporate administration. And I believe it's Mr. Jeffrey that is presenting. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Again, I'm not going to go, there's a lot in this section. I'm just going to go through the highlights as I see them. But corporate administration is the bridge over to, it's a nice segue over to the capital program, the reserves and reserve funds and the capital program. So I'll start off, something that wasn't outlined in significant changes was community support. So you'll notice that in community support, there's $20,000, and that's for a professional business plan for the health hub concept. So last year, we did have a one-time request for $15,000 for the Watershed Council. So that differentiation of $5,000 didn't make, but I just wanted to draw that to your attention that there is what I believe to be the key to that project is a professionally done business plan. Second, I'd like to make some comments about the OMPF grant. It is the only unconditional grant that we have in the budget. This year it's up. That was a surprise. But I wouldn't depend on that going forward, of course, as I mentioned before. It's formula-based. And I believe it would have normally been a $50,000 reduction had they been following the formula as usual. Again, there was specific highlights a number of times about the service delivery and organizational review, and we know that there could be some transition that we want to start right away, and so there's $100,000 being put into corporate admin in the staffing area, not specific to any department, but that will certainly come later as we develop a phase-in of those recommendations when we receive them, of course. The contribution to the capital reserves and reserve funds, I want to make sure that that you're clear that it's 4.5%. It's not a 4.5% increase from last year. It's a 4.5% tax levy rate increase. So again, it's how we fund the capital plan, and that's why I say the corporate administration section is the bridge to the capital plan. Again, we see an increase in the district expenses, and we know that we have a review of IT services being conducted right now. But this is business as usual and primarily can be explained by a need and thankfully so for 24/7 cybersecurity monitoring is probably the biggest explanation of the increase needed for the district IT program for us. Investment income, I'll just say, is serving us well. And we receive investment income both in the operating budgets, as you see here, and you see it in the reserves and reserve funds, which it is embedded into the continuity of the reserve and reserve fund schedule, which we'll get to. We're using a 3-year average, despite interest rates going down. as long as there's no Bank of Canada hiccups and in an international monetary global economy, I would suggest there are always going to be hiccups that could push up interest rates again. So I'm quite comfortable using the 3-year average for investment income. So one more item, of course. So we do have a transfer from reserves. Those are our COVID and Safe Start funding that we parked during COVID. We received some monies from the government, Ontario government, which we didn't need. We were running surpluses at that time, and we've used them for a number of things, but one of which we put into our tax stabilization reserve, and we've been drawing down on that a little bit so that we can wean ourselves off those reserves. So it's over the next 4 years, we'll draw down on that. The 2025 draw would be $97,200. We basically have $243,000 left of COVID grants to draw down over. So even after this draw, we'll have $432,000 in the tax stabilization reserve. Thus my comment earlier about our portion of the disaster relief assistance that we'll have to fund ourselves. I think we're in good shape. I think we'll be able to handle that as long as our application goes without any snags, which I don't see why it would. It's just a matter of good documentation, which is going to be an extra burden on all the departments following the documentation required that the Ontario wishes. So having said those high-level remarks, I'll throw it open and be happy to answer questions where there are any.
Thank you. Council, is there any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then I'll just move right on into reserve and reserve funds. And again, I'm not going to go line by line. But on the second page of the continuity of the reserve and reserve fund, you can see that right in the middle of the page, we've got the balances after we adjust them for commitments. We have reserves and reserve funds just over $14,000, or 14 million, sorry. I think we need more than 14,000. And of course, then we're projecting with this year's projections, we're stabilizing. Again, we still have $14 million thanks to that 4.5% increase to the contribution to the reserve and reserve fund. So on a committed basis, I think we're doing well. We're at maintaining the level that's adequate. And just for your knowledge, for your information purposes, reserve and reserve fund balances can go negative, and we'll replenish them or repay them later on. I'll skip next into the development charge section that this was requested last year, so we incorporated it as the usual disclosure and transparency that rolls out. So it's really just drilling down on the different funding envelopes that are in the development charge obligatory reserve fund in itself. So, and again, the same comment, you can see that fire, for example, is in a negative position, but it will be repaid with future collections. What's interesting here is that now we will have the 2025 development charge bylaw kick in. And the percentage split is very different. So you can see because we reduced the Parks and Rec, we took out the significant repayments of capital, external funding there. It's gone from almost 60% of the split of any new collections going into Parks and Rec has gone down to 38% in the new 2025 study. And some of the things that have gone up, Public Works is going from approximately 11% up to more than 20% of the split. Fire protection going from 10 to 16%. Library services going up from 3.4% to 5.55%. And as well, we have a new category for the stormwater management. So I thought that was interesting to see how those splits will now change. And thank you for agreeing to a reduction where we took out the projects. And that means then as we go, before we had just a 50% arbitrary reduction, and that meant that in some cases we weren't collecting enough money for some projects, and in others collecting too much. Just end my comment about development charges there and just skip to the next, which is the 10-year projection of reserves and reserve funds. And again, this is the 3% after the 2025 additional amount, which had a great impact in the long term. Being able to put 4.5% in 2025 had a huge impact 10 years down the road for 2024. So we're seeing that after this year, 2025, so from 2026 onwards, the 3% again avoids any external debt that we could have on a significant project like the Public Works $12 million project in 2033. And in fact shows some capacity for another project, maybe not as big as that one, but perhaps half that size. The assumptions are, I didn't want to be too pessimistic in the assumptions. I wanted to be something, I think there'll always be some level of government grants, but we don't want to depend on government grants. But I think the assumptions are mildly optimistic, and that we have a 4% phase in of the capital, starting from 11.5 million going up to 15.75 million dollars in 2034. And we've put in, a 3% return on investment, which again I think is reasonable, given the fact that we're getting significant gains in our One Equity Fund, and that we've locked in a lot of fixed rate investments in the medium term. So that will help elevate our overall average investment return and offset any drops in the high interest savings account. Again, so I think we'll do well even if they drop below 1%. Seems like a different world, but it was only 2 or 3 years ago. So those are my comments on the reserves and reserve funds, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey. Council, any questions? Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Mr. Jeffries, could you just refresh my memory on where and if there is any monies in our reserves left from the sale of the hydro many years ago, and I know that it was a name, and I just wondered, I know we were borrowing from it but paying it back, and I can never understand where that title is. If you could please give me that amount.
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Cairns. So on your first page, page 107, it's right at the bottom. It's called the Community Reinvestment Reserve Fund. And as you can see, it started, the balance at the end of December 31st, 2023 was $10 million. That's the fund that we use to, and we forgot to have a mortgage burning party, but we paid down two debentures this year, one being for $3.6 million. So that finished the year at, well, it still has some commitments against it of $9 million. So it was at finishing, it's projected on a committed basis to be at a all-time low at this point of $3.4 million. But again, as we infuse more monies from the operating fund, they are primarily going to go to replenish that fund as we continue on. So it's up to like $3 million projected by the end of 2025. So.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think
Well,
I thought maybe everybody just wanted to get to the capital projects, but
this is Councillor Jorgensen's favorite category, I think. So, Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just I guess, for transparency here, the Health Services Reserve is where we are building the commitment to the hospitals. Is that correct? And we, I think our goal was to have no more contributions and let it grow to the amount that's committed to. Can you just confirm that for us?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Jorgensen. Yes, I can confirm that we're showing, we put in $500,000 for that fund, and it would go towards the 2 hospital capital build if they met all our conditions. But it could go for any health services if those conditions weren't met. Could be used for another purposes. The investment, it has its own investment in the One Equity Fund, which is doing quite well, and so you can see even after 1 year, it's up to $558,000. So we will. Well, I think you'll see that with the odd year where there's a market correction. I think over 10 or 14 years, you'll see that fund nicely grow to fulfill our commitment.
Okay. I think that satisfies number 11. So on to number 12, which is capital. Are you seeing this through, Mr. Jeffries?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can kick it off.
Sorry, Mr. Jeffrey, Mayor Lorenz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I had a question. I don't remember, feels like a long time ago we did the budget. I thought before did we go item by item, or did we just say, were there any additions the last time? I mean, I didn't remember going through item by item the last time. No? Section, okay, thank you. Thanks for just clarifying how we're going to proceed. Thank you.
Again, through you, Madam Chair. I don't think we've spent quite a bit of time already. The first page, 112, is just the next 5-year, multi-year plan with an average of 5 years, and I addressed those in our PowerPoint presentation when it was being presented. And so the next section is the summary. And so every project in 2025 will have a project page, which are in the tabs at the back. So I think that's, Madam Chair, all we need to do is go through section by section, starting with bridges, and see if there's any questions on any of the specific projects.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll start with bridges. That's the first tab. Absolutely, Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, what our historical practice has been is just to open it up for the 2025 projects under that section. And then if there was any general comments about any of the subsequent years, it's opened it up. So there's sort of a two-staged process has been the process over the last couple of years, so which I think has been quite effective. So that's what we would suggest. Thank you.
Okay, so it still leaves us with the bridges section. Does anybody want to talk about bridges? Questions? Comments? Bridges in the future? Councillor Cairns.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you to Mr. Stacy in regards to, and I know it's not in here, but the annual inspections, including the snowmobile bridge as well. Is that correct?
Through you to Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Cairns. That's part of this assessment. The bridge study does include the snowmobile bridge as well.
Okay. Section number 2, facilities.
Madam Chair, there
Yes.
is cemeteries if we're, there's just not any tabs, but in that summary, you can see that there is some activity in 2026 and 2027, should there be any questions on that. So in 2026, there was the Columbarium Garden. You can see that there's the Columbarium Garden, Bethel Cemetery. I should have never mentioned cemeteries then. Just killed everything, didn't it?
Okay. Back to cemeteries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you'll see there are some projects in that summary for 2026, being the Columbarium Garden and then some other cemetery items in 2027. If there are any questions in those outer years, we'd be happy to answer them.
Madam Mayor.
This is just along the lines of cemeteries. I know that the high school kids were out in the cemeteries and just before Remembrance Day, so I'm not sure it got it. I'm not sure it got the press it deserved. I mean, not that they did it for the press, but we appreciate them taking interest in that, and I think it's really important that they understand the how these people, I think it's part of learning and carrying the remembrance through for the next generation. So while we're on the subject, just thanks to those kids who participated in that, and thanks, I know our staff had some coordination there, so thanks for that.
Okay. Progressing to facilities now. For 2025. Questions, comments? Inquiries? Okay. We'll progress. Excuse me? Oh, Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. The rebuild the backdrop of Gull Lake Barge, are we going to maintain the same colors, or is that whole thing going to be changed?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Hunter, our goal would be to replicate what's there today, just using newer materials, and but it'll have generally the same look and feel as it does today.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is furniture and fixtures and equipment. I see nothing. We'll progress to fire. Oh, Councillor Morphy. I'm not sure how long my pause should be.
Yeah, I agree, that's a tough one. Page 143, the residential washers and dryers. Is that versus a commercial washer and dryer, is that the route you plan to go?
Through the chair to Councillor Morphy. Yes, this is part of, to satisfy the requirement of the firefighter cancer prevention checklist, Ministry of Labor. So this will afford our firefighters the ability to wash their clothing that's underneath their PPE. So we already, through the Firehouse grant last year, purchased the infrastructure to wash the PPE. Now this will allow them to launder their clothes at the fire hall and keep all those carcinogens there. Yes, on the they are residential. They're like a commercial residential grade. So you'd have something like you'd have in your home, but they're built a little bit tougher for around the fire hall, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that was the question about, are we going to have to replace these sooner if they're not an industrial or commercial unit? I was just curious.
No,
No? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. On to fleet. I've messed up my pages. Okay, fleet. Okay. Trust me, I've got it under control. Okay, fire. Go ahead, Councillor Moore.
Through you, I've asked this question and it's been answered by our fire chief, but I think it's worth getting it out there. Why the 2 pickup trucks? An explanation for the public. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Morphy, thank you for the question. The reason why we're purchasing two pickup trucks, I'll try to be brief. As you can recall from my email back to you, was not brief. To coin an old phrase, to use an old phrase, we're killing several birds with two stones here. The new pickup the new purchase is to be primarily a car 2 for our deputy chief. However, all the vehicles we utilize for FES are usable by everyone. So basically, it's increasing our 4x4 capability with that and as a troop carrier and that kind of thing. The second pickup is a replacement of the aged pickup that is stationed at Station 3. The purchase of both of these in the same year, well, I know it's a big ask to ask for 2 4x4 pickups in the same year. It will also, again, not to keep going back to the cancer prevention checklist, but it will also enable us to we'll have the asset then to create one pickup that will sole purpose will be rehabilitation and decontamination for firefighters at incident scenes. So right now we have a bunch of equipment that's sitting in our basement. Now we'll be able to have that on scene with us whenever we have a structure fire, hazardous material call, anything like that. So I hope I answered the question.
Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Just to piggyback on that question, through you to the chief. So will the deputy's truck be stationed out at Station 2? Or will it be, like, is it going to be used as a personal vehicle?
Through the chair to Her Worship Mayor Lorenz, it will be used by the deputy chief to go to and from work. However, as with the vehicle that I use, it will be available to all staff. When we are on holidays, that vehicle is left at the fire station. And just to use recent memory with the events we faced, those vehicles are used for emergency responses as well. We try to eke every bit of use out of everything we get.
Okay, Councillor Morphy.
Just a quick follow-up. Did we define whether or not we were going to try for the hybrid on these vehicles or not?
Through the chair to Councillor Morphy. When we put the RFP together for the pickups, we will have that included. We always ask for those options. What we are finding, though, is we're going to be looking at probably a larger size pickup because just to be able to, they just don't have the payload pulling power. But if they can come up with an electrical vehicle to satisfy the RFP to pull what we need to pull, that is definitely something we take into consideration.
Okay. Okay. I'm still working on my hang time. How about fleet? Councillor Morphy.
Thank you, through you. This is page 162, the new road grader. It's going to be used on gravel. Are we looking at going with more gravel roads as the thin asphalt ones are getting harder and harder to maintain?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Morphy, at this time, we're going to keep the same complement of roads that we have. But it does, should we go down that path at some point, due to economies of scale, certainly this piece of equipment will help maintain those roads. But this particular piece of equipment will not just be used for gravel roads. We would get scare fires with it as well, enable us to do a bit of in-house reconstruction on low-volume roads. We'll be using it for ice blading our main routes during the winter. It'll essentially have its own route during the winter as well, so it'll be used year-round.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you. On this greater conversation, I had a call during this weather event that we used to run graders and then we got rid of them and now we're going back. And this person who worked for the town at some point said, why did we ever get rid of the graders in the first place? So I guess my question is why we're coming back around to graders, and do we think that that will make it I mean, I think we all know that in the spring, late winter, spring, the roads, get a little corduroyish, and can we see the end of that happening a little quicker with the purchase of this vehicle?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Lorenz. I don't know why the town chose not to continue with a grader. It may have been the cost of the equipment itself. They're not cheap. But having managed 3 public works portfolios in my career, I can tell you that a grader is an integral piece of equipment to being able to do what a public works department should be doing. And I'm happy that if council does approve this, we'll be able to start rekindling our fleet to be more nimble. Will it make our roads better? No, but it will help us respond to those maintenance needs as they come up. At this particular time, we rely solely on contractors to do that work for us. They're not always dedicated to us, although they try to be. This will just create that more nimbleness and ability to respond. But it'll improve road conditions, but not fundamentally. You're not going to see a huge difference. What you're going to see is roads that are graded more often, and maybe, again, a bit more in-house work that we would normally contract out.
Okay. Information technology. Nothing from the South Bench here? Okay. All right, we're going to move on. Parks. Okay, we'll go to Madam Mayor and then to Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we had an email, which was interesting email, about these Lions Look Park stairs. And for those of us who, have used them in the past, and it was brought up in this letter that we received, are we concerned that the bottom of the stairs, like, it's not really a park area? It's pretty rustic right now. There's no, if somebody's using it as for swimming, there's no ladder there. Like, it's not really I'm not going to say safe because I don't know, but I mean, unless you're in pretty good shape, it's pretty hard to get out of those rocks there. So is there any money allotted to make more of a park down there rather than just sort of this hidden little place where really just locals go, which is fine. But I mean, are we concerned about people going down there, that it's pretty treacherous, and how do we get them out if something, like, they're not going to a flat ground at the bottom, like they're not going to a parkland, just to be clear. They're going to a rocky sort of area that you have to traverse, and it's not that easy. And especially if you go in the water there's not a real easy way to get out. So has there been any thought as to, like, developing that area into more of a park-like space? Or are we just looking to when it connects down to the rest of the wharf?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Lorenz, the answer is no. We haven't looked at turning that into a park. We recognize it's not recognized as a park in our inventory. The staircase is not an asset that was inventoried in our inventory, nor has my team ever done any work down there other than maintenance of the existing stairs that were there previously. I guess I'll leave it at that. We haven't delved any farther to make that a park or what's required to manage it as a park asset. And at this particular point in time, it's not either.
Subsequent.
So in the interest of health and safety and risk management and liability, what's the 911 number for that? Like, is that a concern at all?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Heidi Lorenz, Councillor Lorenz, Mayor Lorenz, sorry. There is a 911 number there should emergency services need to know where that is. So we kind of check that box. But as far as the asset itself, other than maintenance of the legacy staircase, and it got to a point where I felt they weren't safe, that's why we removed them entirely. It's not an asset we've recognized, nor is the park, nor is the land below land that we recognize as a park asset.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is about the installation of the accessible playground structure at Gull Lake Park, which is very exciting. I just wondered if the current structure, if any of it can be salvaged and maybe moved to like Muskoka Sands Beach or something like that, where we don't currently have a playground structure, or if it's past that point.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Hunter, I'd say that the equipment there is past repurposing and should be taken out of service.
Okay. Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back on the Lookout Park stairs there, and this may be a question for Director Halford, but at one point that, the development application for the Starboard there was talking about a connection over to Lookout Park, and I don't know if anything has progressed there. I mean, just wondering if that would kind of preclude the need for the stairs in this location, or, have to replace them after a couple of years, or is there any light you can shed on that, I guess, is the question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Strength to you, to the councillor. The application, if it's not already in it, we're anticipating it to be, the site plan application to be in shortly. And those are the types of matters that will be discussed at that time, as articulated through the public meeting process for that proposal. Not any replacement of the stairs that are currently there would not preclude additional work associated with the Starboard development. The initial conversations we had a couple years ago was that it would connect up with the existing stairs. So it wouldn't preclude any additional connections. It would be ideal to be able to go from one end of the wharf to the other, like that part of the community, walk down the stairs and go across all the way over to the Lookout on the other side by the Marriott, just from a community building and access perspective. So nothing would preclude that, and we fully anticipate having those discussions with the developer when that application comes in.
Subsequent.
Yeah, just, further on that, I mean, if we're looking at as a connection to the boardwalk ultimately there, like, would that affect the design of the stairs any? Because I know previously they were quite steep and rather narrow tread as opposed to what you'd like to see for a highly used, potentially, set of stairs. I don't know, would it affect the design of that staircase, perhaps, if it was something that would be used by a lot more people?
So, thank you for the question, Councillor Jorgensen. I may take a stab at it from a planning perspective and then pass it over to Director Stacey. The whole notion of the connection was talked about several years ago now at this point, and at that point, the stairs were in fine condition, or were not in a concerning condition that we are in now. Therefore, there was talk of it being reviewed at that time. So I'm pretty comfortable in saying that the developer will not be at the stage of building those stairs in the immediate future. The building has to go up and all of that first, right? Parkland items usually come afterwards, generally. So I would say that we have some time there to work on that, but there's only so much you can do with elevation, and I'm not an engineer, so I will pass that to Mr. Stacy.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Jorgensen, not knowing ultimately what a linkage would look like from down at the wharf up to Lookout Park, it's kind of difficult to forecast how would the stairs mix with that bridge, I guess we'll call it. I can tell you that if we were tasked with putting stairs back in that particular location, we would try to make them to meet as much code as we can. We would never be able to make it accessible. It would never be an accessible asset that the town would have. It would only be for a specific user group in our community. Not everybody would be able to use it equally, and that's where I struggle with this particular project, is the unknowns about that potential connection with that development and putting something in place that doesn't benefit everybody. But I'll leave it for council to discuss.
Madam Mayor, and then Councillor Cairns.
Thank you. I just also, while we're on the topic, there was conversation when a member of the public came here, and I know that there's some communications been out in the public that the removal of these stairs had something to do with the Alexander, the retirement home, and that we did that to appease them or for some reason. So I just want to make it perfectly clear that that's not what happened here. So they had no influence on that at all. And it was, I believe that it was sort of said in a negative tone towards the Alexander. And I just want to be perfectly clear that they had nothing to do with this, and also that, we just got 7 new beds there. Like, I'll still maintain that that's a huge asset to our community. So if we can give them a shout out, 7 new beds for hospital releases to go to in our community. So I just wanted to clear the air on that point of the discussion that was here. It was here, and so just make sure that the public are aware that the Alexander had no influence on those stairs being removed.
Thank you, Mayor Lorenz. Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, and this is on to a different facility in Muskoka Bay Park. I just wanted to ask the question in regards to or give a little bit of history. Some may not know, or some may know. The picnic shelter roofs that are on page 181 that are being asked to be removed or fixed, that actually was, just for history's sake, part of what was at the Opera House at very many years ago, and that was moved there for a shelter, but it's definitely in need of some definite repair, so I have no problem with that. The other one is the Muskoka Bay Park replacement of the structure surrounding the Memorial School Bell from West Gravenhurst. I just want to say that, and ask the question, will the design be different? The actual obelisk that is on the top is the original obelisk that was from the school, as well as the bell, as most of you know. But I just want to be sure that the design is quite similar to what was there in the past. I know we've removed gardens from there. There was some nice memorial gardens that were removed. But the actual structure, and it's near and dear to my heart, the past manager of the arena worked very hard with the senior center to have the obelisk and the school bell replaced or put into the park. So it has a lot of history for me, as I'm from West Gravenhurst, my family. My father actually, we had held a July 1st celebration to open that. My father worked on that to make sure that it was successful. And that year, my father passed away. So it means a lot to me. So I wonder if the design was going to stay similar for the bell and the, to try to protect and save the obelisk. I know that staff have been working hard to keep it painted and, trying to improve it and make sure that it's safe. But it does mean a lot to me, and I just wanted to let you know some of the history that is behind it. It was 1996, 97. Can't remember the year my dad died, but it was in July, and my father died that December. So it means a lot to me, and I'm very happy to see that it's going to be redone and refurbished. So, but I just wanted to be sure that if it's possible, that it be done in that same similar manner. And just to add to it, when my father was a student at that school, he stole the bell at one time. So just a little bit of history.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Cairns, the plan is not to fundamentally change the look and feel of what's there today, but to preserve and rehabilitate what's there today. So we hear you, your feedback on that, but it isn't a plan to make it look fundamentally different than what it is today. So, and because, I mean, let's be honest, when I change things, I hear about it. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Sounds like a commercial, doesn't it? So that's parks. We'll move right on to roads, everybody's favorite. I'm sure there's questions about something. (2025, 2026). Oh, sorry. I think I have to go with Councillor Jorgensen first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. Didn't realize my red light was on. I have to ask about Dominguez Road. I see that in 2029, I believe, $1.4 million. You and I have, Director Stacey, we've talked about some of these low-volume roads and obviously the need for replacement and the cost is quite high. Is there any relief in between now and then for the people who have concerns about the state of that road in particular?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Jorgensen, you'll have noted new in the package this year is a bit of money that's being set aside to deal with low-volume roads that need a little more than maintenance, but maybe not as enough as for full reconstruction. And should the budget be allowed to go higher, I would add more to that budget line item, to be honest with you. So the $300,000 that's in there, there's no real science to it other than that's what the budget guidelines provided by council would allow. But to answer your question, I would say that is the pot of money that we would be looking to use on things like Dominguez Road, where we can make improvements to the road in the interim until we get to a stage where we can fully rebuild it, or to address a need where a road that, based on financial constraints, will never be reconstructed. So that's where that pot of money is identified. So to answer your question, yes, there is a bit of a light, and if approved, we would use those money that we have here towards Dominguez Road, or like Dominguez Road, to buy us some time until that rehabilitation can occur. We'll go to Councillor Cairns and then Mayor Lorenz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say it's nice to see the sidewalk replacements and on the selective streets. I want to give kudos to your staff, Mr. Stacy, in regards to the Bethune pathway. I call it a pathway because it's not concrete. We were told when that asphalt was put down that it wouldn't last, and I can't remember now, but it's been many years, and I think due to the fact that your staff have done such a great job in keeping it maintained and open for the public to walk on safely. My only regret is that I still don't see from Phillip Street to Winewood, which was the Centennial Center, the continuation of that pathway. It went across the street at Phillip and into the park, which was great, and then the future was going to be from Phillip Street all the way down to the Centennial Center along Bethune Drive to Winewood. And I hope to see that in the upcoming budgets sooner than later. Just that it is a very well-traveled and, you know, lots of kids head down to the Centennial Center, and the access would be perfect. So kudos to all putting in new sidewalks and making it safe for people. And the other kudos is down at the Bay and Beyond. I'm really excited about the sidewalks there too. So that is going to make a big difference to a lot of people. So thank you. And look forward to seeing it in the future budgets for the rest of Winewood. Thank you. All the way to Winewood.
Madam Mayor?
Well, I was just going to speak to, you know, the roads. It's very difficult for, I'm not going to call us laymen, but we have professional staff who go to great lengths, use all kinds of scientific studies. They use metrics and real evaluation with the help of some consultants to choose these roads. So while it may seem that we're not, I wouldn't say overly interested in the roads, but there's a roadmap. Like so we all know the roads that some of our people would like to see fixed have priorities. I'm sure we all have somebody who has a road priority, but I trust that our staff have done the due diligence to give us a good recommendation here. And I also know that sometimes we have problems that change this map as well. So I just wanted to recognize that a lot of thought, even though there's not a lot of debate here of which roads we proceed with, a lot of thought and science goes into what roads are done on a regular basis. So if your road's not on the list, you know, it's not being, we're not washing your hands of it. It will have come to its term sometime, and these ones that we're doing are the priority. So, thank you.
Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up on Mayor Lorenz's comments there that you know, rebuilding, maintaining these roads is a huge job, huge planning that goes into it. And you know, I am quite interested in a lot of the rural roads in particular, and so much so that I did attend with Director Stacy to a low volume roads workshop, just to see what other people are doing and how it's approached. And everyone has the same problem. We have low volume roads. You know, in our case, a lot of these are old cottage roads that got turned into a daily use road. And the challenge is the cost to do it properly and rebuild these roads versus the volume of traffic on those roads, unfortunately pushes all those roads down so that quite often they don't make the list. Yet the need is still there from our residents' point of view. So, you know, the Dominguez Road I brought up is one of those that you know, for a very short section of road rebuilding it properly. And it's been on the list now for many years as requiring to be rebuilt. But the cost is enormous on these roads to do it properly, to actually rebuild the road. So I'm satisfied at this point that Director Stacey has said that, you know, we're looking at, you know, funds for rehabilitation of some of these roads that really don't make the list. And based on the formulas we're using, they might not make the list in the future. Just because, again, the cost and the number of people that they serve, unfortunately, you know, it's a very low number of people and very high cost. So we have to prioritize, of course. We have to end up prioritizing the roads that serve the most people, and it's a real difficult juggling game. But at the same time, I think all of our residents deserve to know that, you know, as the mayor has alluded to, that, you know, you're not forgotten, but it's just a difficult task to basically keep everyone happy. It's very, very difficult.
Thank you for that. Mr. Lucas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd also suggest that council has these conversations quite frequently. And I know this year there's a big legislative requirement to check a box in terms of an asset management update as well. And that's really where I think it's difficult with this exercise, because you know this list of roads came from a number of studies, but really where council can get into the policy aspect is through these asset management conversations and setting financial thresholds and service level thresholds. So that's where you can really sink your teeth into the standards that are to be expected in this municipality. And you've got a pretty big one coming up in 2025 with that asset management work that's forthcoming. So just wanted to add that as well, that this is an ongoing conversation throughout the year with significant policy decisions to be made in short order.
Thank you for that. Okay. Oh, Andrew, I beg your pardon. Director Stacey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and really further to the comments provided by CAO Lucas. We've already started putting our thought to what would service levels look like for our roads in an ideal scenario. And what we may get into things like is we may be doing betterment strategies that are really just placeholders to kind of hold the asset to a certain condition before we can get to full rehabilitation, which we're not doing right now. I don't want to give the false hope that, or the hope that we're going to have a wand that's going to fix all the problems. It's not. And there's a cost to everything we do, whether it's increased maintenance or increased rehabilitation capital. But one things we may want to consider when we get to that stage is, at this point in time right now, we run a road to failure because we're really catching up to our asset management needs. But we may want to start thinking about doing stuff like crack sealing, fog sealing. These are different betterment approaches that kind of help the road go through its life cycle and may buy you a few more years. But in doing that, it does increase your operational costs. So I want to plant that seed that next year you may start to see some of these betterment strategies that come out of our asset management program, but there's a cost to it in addition to the capital side of the fence.
Good information. Thank you. Okay. The next one on the list is special projects. Bikes, kayaks, election. Was that enough hang time? Okay. So new capital projects is the next one on the list. Is that correct? Am I strolling right along? Or we're done? Okay. That was just the next pages in the book. Do we need a break? Okay, so we've gone through the whole list of 12. Next on the agenda is motions from the floor. So what's being proposed is that we take a 10, 15-minute bio break. Any refinement needed to, for any potential motions would happen at this time. So why don't we take 15? Is that okay? 10. Okay, 10. 10? See you back in 10 minutes. Okay, everyone, that's 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay. So, number 13 on the agenda, motions from the floor. I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Morphy. Be it resolved that procedure be suspended to permit debate and motions from the floor. So we have, oh, right, cast your vote. To vote on that. And that carries, thank you. So will we just go right to the motions then, Mr. Jeffrey? Yeah. That's right. The clerk has reminded me that we will read through the motions as received. So then, the first motion, this is the exciting part. So the first motion is the Food Cycler Municipal Solutions Program, moved by Councillor Morphy, seconded by Councillor Hunter. Whereas Food Cycler Science provided a deputation on September 17th, 2024, advising Council of the Food Cycler Municipal Solutions Program. And whereas the Food Cycler Municipal Solutions Program promotes the diversion of food waste out of the waste stream and into a home compostable material which saves CO2 emissions, transportation, and general awareness of food waste, resulting into considerable savings for municipal waste service. And whereas some properties within the town of Gravenhurst do not qualify for curbside pickup of organic waste, resulting in improper diversion of this material. Therefore, be it resolved that administration be directed to engage in the Food Cycler Municipal Pilot Program for the town of Gravenhurst. And finally, that $25,000 be included in the 2025 capital budget to be funded from the Community Reinvestment Reserve. Councillor Morphy, take it away.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. We said as a community would be innovative and sustainable, and that we would consider the environment as our economy. Some may argue that organics are part of waste collection by the district, and I would not disagree. However, many of our residents don't get organic collection as stated in the resolution. Water access only properties, smaller cottage roads, organics currently at these places are ending up in landfill. That's where they go. And they don't do well in landfills. How it works. The food cycler basically bakes. You have this little basket, you place your apples, and everything in it, your peels and your carrot ends and all the rest. And when it's full, you turn it on. It takes all the water out of it, reduces it to ash, and you sprinkle it on your garden. That's all there is to it. And then you start filling it up again. How often that is depends on how many you have in your family or in your unit. What it costs, there are two sizes, depends what size you buy, but I'm going to talk about the more expensive one. $800, the vendor will reduce it by $400. Obviously, it's to get people excited and involved with this pilot. The town would cover $100 using taxpayer dollars, making it a $300 purchase for the big one. It's $200 and different set of math for the smaller one. So the homeowner would have to pay roughly 34% of the cost of a retail unit. I think we could be a trendsetter with this pilot. I think through the vendor, they will take stats and they will report back to the district the amount of waste diversion we had accomplished with this small pilot. And then hopefully the district would see that it's something that maybe they might want to take on in a bigger part. Thank you. Bigger role.
Counselor Hunter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sure, why not? I love these. I think that they're a good idea. They're a good option for someone who lives in an apartment building or on an island, as you say, someone that lives rurally, that it's worried about, bears getting into their bin, that sort of thing. I think that we're moving to clear bags, and I think that that's also a way to reduce food waste going into those bags. Even if you can't sprinkle it on a garden somewhere, you could just continue to compile it into a bag, and that would still be less waste per square footage in the landfill. So I think it's similar to the rain barrel, projects that I know they've done in the town of Bracebridge. I'm not sure if Gravenhurst has done them before. It gives people the option that couldn't necessarily afford something like this to try something different to reduce their food waste. So yeah, I'm in agreement of it. I think it's a good idea, and I guess I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Georgian Bay is doing this right now. So they have about, I think they committed to an enormous amount of these, and they have not had very big uptake. So to commit $25,000, and how I understand that it works is that the municipality will commit to a certain amount of units at a price, and you're responsible to have the fire sale if you can't find buyers for them. So I think it's really important to start small. I mean, 25,000, that means we're going to have 250 people to do the uptake. I would say, let's try 100. If it's coming out of reserve and we have a huge uptake, 10,000 is, let's be realistic. We don't know that this is going to be a really popular program, and to overcommit and be committed to stock, I guess. They said, I remember when they were here, they said we could start as low as $5,000. And so I would say, let's start small. I'm not sure they're flying off the shelves in Georgian Bay, and they have a heck of a lot more people that are on island properties than we do. So I don't know why we have to start so large. I agree with the project. Give it a go, but I don't see why we need to start so big. I think I'd be happy to reduce it to $10,000 and see how much uptake, or 5 or 10. And then if they fly off the shelves, there's nothing that, council can't do to bring it back to the table and say, why, here's the commitment. But I don't want to commit to buying 250 of these and then, like I said, be stuck with them, because I don't know how the contracts work, and staff will have to figure all that out. But just like anything, I think we're better off to start small and see if it grows.
Thank
So
you.
I guess I'll let the conversation unfold, but I would be prepared to amend the amount.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Morphy?
Thank you to you, Madam Chair. In conversations with the vendor, this was the model size. They've been piloting this in a lot of, getting up and going in a lot of communities. So this was the ideal size. And it's also a one-time kick at the can. You can't say, oh, I'll take 100, and if they sell in an hour, say, well, can you subsidize 50%, another 100? The pilot is the pilot. You get a one-time shot at them reducing the price by 50%. So I'm going to stick with the 20,000 and 5,000 for shipping instead of 10,000 and 3,000 for shipping. I think it's economy, and I really do think it'll fly. I have a lot of people that are constantly talking to me about what do they do with their organics.
On that, I wonder if we can quickly find out how many Georgian Bay have disposed of. Because I know, I'm on Public Works, and it's not working as much as, I know that they're not flying off the shelves there. I know that they're in an awkward position. If you want to buy one, maybe we can partner with Georgian Bay and see if we can take some of theirs off their hands.
Counselor Johnston?
Thank you, Your Worship. I like that idea. I'm a pragmatist. That's how I've lived my public service. I don't want to see this defeated because of the amount. I like the idea. I like the idea very much. Number one, the mayor of Georgian Bay is a very good friend of mine. And the lack of sales out there is partly on them. I like this idea for a couple of reasons. One of which is we've got the three partners here. We've got the supplier that's saying, look, we'll give you a deal to buy this product because it's a good deal. We've got the municipality that's saying we'll get involved. And the most important part here, the third part, is the public. They've got to start taking action. I'm tired of people saying, well, I'm not interested in that. Okay, well, you'll be interested 5 years down the road, and it's too late. So I like the mayor's suggestion, if council is amenable to reducing the amount. And I'm not sure, Councillor Joe, whether that's the case, that they said, well, you can't go from 100 and then say they flew off the shelf and we want more. We need to talk to them about that, because if they want this program to work, no, you may be right, but if they want this program to work, they're going to have to make some concessions to us. The last thing I'll say is that we've got a food problem here in Muskoka and in Ontario, and part of it is food scarcity, and the other is food wastage. And I'm going to start in January on doing a road tour, providing presentations at the Graveners Library, at Bracebridge Library, the library in Dorset, on the plant-based treaty about a new system of agriculture based on plants. And I will put this into my presentation to encourage people that attend the presentations to do this program. So I'll help that way. But the public have to step up and start saying, look, I will get involved. Because if they don't, programs like this die, simply because the public say, thank you.
Councillor Jorgensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While in principle, I think it's a great idea, I think the reality here too is that I'll just say this strikes me as a sole source contract, and I'd like to get staff's sense of that, because there are other vendors in the market. We just happen to have one that came to us with an interesting program that they put out there. It's a marketing campaign, let's face it. It's a marketing campaign for that particular company. And they've done a great job because we all think it's a great idea, and it is a great idea. But there are others in the market as well, and so I'm just wondering if staff would like to comment on the sole source nature of this proposal.
Okay, so my question then is, what staff member is responsible for such a thing? Because garbage doesn't even belong to us. So I'm not even sure where. Okay. So, do we have an appetite to pursue this? Is this something that we want to, I don't want to say money aside, that's the wrong term. Do we want to get information on this? Are we interested in this idea? Councillor Varney?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'm definitely interested in this idea. I guess if we lower the number, I think I sort of agree with that idea. And if you think that there's other companies out there, if we can't reorder another 10 from this one company, then let's look at another company. I'm sure, as Councillor Jorgensen has said, there's other companies, but let's support this one with just 10. See how it goes. I mean, I'll get one for sure.
Okay. Mr. Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Jorgensen. Yes, so oddly enough, $10,000 we would not have to make it a competitive bid. $25,000 we would. So you're correct. But council can approve it right now, but they should do so knowing that it's just a single source when there are other providers and suppliers in the marketplace. So having said that, this is a motion too that because it's coming from reserve funds, it could easily be handled. There could be more work done on it, and it could easily be a motion that's done in year as well, as opposed to being done today. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Morphy?
Oh, thank you. I want to thank Councillor Jorgensen. It's a good question. So I'd like to amend my own motion down to the $10,000. Councillor Hunter, do you have you're okay with that?
One moment, please. So, the amendment, moved by Councillor Morphy, seconded by Councillor Hunter, be it resolved that the motion be amended to remove $25,000 and replace with $10,000. Oop, go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Excuse me for a second. I think we have to address Randy's point as well. I think, and maybe because maybe we can get a better deal somewhere else. Like, I think that we need to have staff explore, you know, the options. We could do this single source, which is what is suggested. But I think we could benefit from some homework prior. I mean, we can commit to the money, but it also says we're going to use Food Cycler specifically, not like, and that's the name brand, right? Like, wasn't that a concern of yours, Councillor Jorgensen? So I just wonder if instead of amending the motion, we repeal the entire motion and write a new one to say that staff be directed to, you know, provide a report on it, making an arrangement with a company for a $10,000 commitment from the town. I don't know, I just, if we want to address Councillor Jorgensen's concern about the single source, I think that, but if he's fine with just using a single source, that's fine. But I just think it'd be easier just to rewrite the motion. I think most of us, I'm getting the feeling that most of us like the idea on a smaller scale, but we need to explore the providers as well. So we're not in a rush. So I don't know. I just think that the original was just too specific.
Okay, so the amendment's on the floor, so we have to deal with that, but I'll throw it to Councillor Morphy.
Oh, thank you, through your worship. I think Mr. Jeffries cleared it up, that the 10,000 we can do single source. So that's covered. And secondly, do we really want to throw this back to staff to spend hours and hours and hours researching every company out there that makes one of these for a $10,000 commitment on our part? I think this is a bird in the hand. It's half price. what do we want to get, 55% off from somebody else? I mean, is it worth the staff time to try and find a better deal? I think this is here and now, and we say yay or nay to it. But I'm still in favor.
Councillor Jorgensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm prepared to accept the $10,000 limit, I think. And I think for the reasons that Councillor Morphy said, let's not engage staff to make this a year-long project and all the resources that it would require. It's an experiment, and I think for that commitment of money, I'm prepared to accept the experiment.
I think there's something to be said for first out of the gate. They were the first out of the gate to us. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just 2 points. I don't disagree with anything that's been said here. However, my 2 concerns are this, that, you know, humanity is where it's at right now, humanity in the climate crisis. Because too often, good, well-meaning people say, as some of us have said here, yeah, but maybe not right now. Maybe we need to look into this. That's the problem. I don't disagree with looking into things. The other concern I have is that if we don't do this, we are enabling the lackadaisical, no, there's a word for this, ambivalent attitude of a lot of people about getting involved. If we do this, it sends a message, even though it's not perfect. And I agree that if, just talking to my seatmate here, if the initial pilot project doesn't work for one reason or another, or we can't get a reduction in the price for another one, then we look at other options that are out there. There's all kinds of them. But I don't like deferring it. I don't like deferring it. It sends an erroneous or misleading message to people. Let's get something started. Thank you.
Councillor Varney.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, and I agree with Councillor Morphy. I think we should take this and run with it, see how it goes. If it's successful, then we look into other companies if we can't reuse or reorder. But I don't like to send work to the staff to look into all these other companies that do this type of thing. So let's just do with this one with the 10 and see how it goes. Thank you.
It's funny how the clerk is just like a little bird on your shoulder. Councillor Cairns, we're still just talking about the amendment to go from 25 to 10.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, I totally agree with that. I think it's an important project to bring forward and to initially get it started in the community. We've done this before with composters. We've also done it with rain barrels, and in the past, through our Communities in Bloom program, have had great success. We had nothing left, so this certainly will make a big difference. Just having the 10,000 put towards it, I certainly would be interested in one because there's a lot of work to composting in your backyard in a big black container. This would certainly alleviate a lot of the problems that our citizens are having around the community with what do they do with the waste. So the 10,000 to me is I would be grateful.
Madam Mayor?
Madam Chair, can you put the, I believe this is only an option for people who don't have curbside pickup. Am I wrong? No, I realize, but I agree with the 10,000, so.
Okay, so
but
let's vote on the amount first. For the amendment, let's vote on the amendment.
My vote's not showing, like, I don't even show it that it's showing that I can vote. I don't have the option.
I think because your red lights.
I'm going to start the vote again just to see.
Okay, so that carried. Would you like me to read the resolution again?
No, I just wanted to be clear that it's for properties that do not qualify for curbside pickup of organic waste. I think, does it not? As, oh, well, I believe that it should only be for the people who can't do home pickup. I mean, it should only be accessible to people who have no other options.
But you're still trying to reduce the amount.
If you have it coming to your door, so we're going to have a whole bunch of people who don't require this service, but that are going to pick it up and give it for Christmas. I think that.
Okay. Hang on. The chair, hold on. So, Madam Mayor, you have control of your own microphone.
Okay, so I will say that this should only be available to people who don't have the option of curbside pickup, because we want people to, this is to service the people who don't have curbside pickup, people on islands, people who don't have winter garbage pickup. I don't think that it's appropriate to offer it to people who have curbside pickup. We're already paying for that service.
Okay, what is the intent of your motion, Councillor Morphy?
I just, through the chair, I just wanted to address that topic. We have a lot of seasonal people that leave on the Sunday and the organic pickups on the Wednesday. There is no way you can leave your organics out in a little green bin with the bears and the raccoons for 4 days. So they don't. The organics from all those cottagers that are here on the weekends goes in the garbage. So I'm completely opposed to only, selectively telling which of our tax residents get a tax break on this product. It would be for all, as I would leave it in the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston?
I withdraw my red.
Councillor Cairns?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, or Madam Chair, and through you as well. I mean, seniors, there's so many people, and including myself, I find it very difficult to go out to my bin. I've never used my green box and given my compost back. I use mine for my gardening, and I share it with others. And it's pretty rich, but it certainly would be a lot richer for me, and a lot less mess on my counter and under my sink, that I could use it on a regular basis, as well as anyone else. Now, I could go and purchase one myself. I've been waiting to find out if we, for this program to come through, and I would certainly be, glad to be able to purchase one to help with my compost.
Okay, I have Councillor Hunter and Jorgensen in line. Mr. Lucas, please share.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, I think it's been clarified that as the motion stands right now, it would not be limited to, it wouldn't have that limitation until there's an amendment on the floor to adjust that motion to create that limitation. You can continue to debate it if you like, but it's not actually in the decision that you're considering at this point. So I just wanted to make that procedural note.
Councillor Hunter. Thank you, Mr. Lucas.
Yeah, I was just going to say that there are people in apartments that, basement apartment or something like that, that maybe wouldn't have that green bin pickup. So I think it should stay the way it is. This just was going to be my point.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jorgensen.
I'm just going to say again, in terms of the complexity of managing something like making sure that only people who don't have, I don't know how our staff would do that. It would be on the honor system, but I don't, let's just see what the uptake is, quite frankly, and leave it at that.
Okay, I would think that,
I can't vote, so can we get this figured out so that my vote can be recorded like everybody else's? I don't know how to do that.
okay. Okay, so let's try a vote.
I'd like another opportunity to speak to the motion before you call the vote.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Okay. This is, so we'll give the mayor, because she's in control of her own microphone, one last kick at the can.
So I actually am not going to support this. I was so keen on to support it if it was going to, support the people who need the service. We have the service coming and it's always expanding. It costs the district a ton of money. It cost everyone around this table a lot of money to provide that organic service. I think that this does serve a purpose for people who don't have access to composting, but I just think that it should be kept to the people who need the service. We so often hear that the islanders and the cottage people on cottage roads have no access to services. Well, this is a service tailor-made just for them. So I agree with it in principle if it was going to service the people who don't have another way to do their organics, but we're basically sending out a message to say, don't contribute to the overall composting project across the district. So I won't be supporting it.
Thank you for your comments, Madam Mayor. Okay, Councillor Varney, you're the last one.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I don't agree with what the mayor's saying. You say it costs the district so much money. Well, you know what? Maybe their costs will go down when people start using these. It's not saying that we're going to tell people they have to buy one, but it's going to be obvious to the district when the green bins start disappearing that there are only certain people that need it. But maybe that's going to drop the price for district. And maybe these machines are going to become really inexpensive, like a toaster or a kettle, and everybody's going to end up using them. I'm voting for this. I think it's an amazing idea. Yeah, let's be positive. Glass half full, not half empty.
Okay, rah-rah. Okay, I'll call for the question. Please vote. Did it work? And that carries. Thank you.
We'll just start and scroll down.
Okay. Motion number 2. Moved by Mayor Lorenz, seconded by Councillor Jorgensen. Whereas the Gravenhurst Medical Building was constructed in 2009 with a goal of bringing physicians in the community under one roof with allied health services in Gravenhurst and beyond. And whereas the town supported development of the building, provided the land that the medical facility was erected on, and has since been providing, coordinating in-kind facility services. And whereas to address the community's growing healthcare challenges, the Cottage Country Family Health Team is looking to renovate the first floor and complete the second floor of the facility of the Health Hub to include enhanced diagnostic services, urgent and after-hours assessment care for all residents with an early focus on women and unattached patients, expanded access to specialists through a collaboration with University Health Network and others, and common medical offices with complementary health and social service providers. And whereas the Cottage Country Family Health Team Board is proposing to create a task force with the town of Gravenhurst, the District of Muskoka, and community donors to raise the required capital funds to bring the full health hub to fruition. Therefore, be it resolved that administration be directed to confirm participation in the task force as part of our ongoing effort to support the project. And finally, that if a formal financial request from Cottage Country Family Health Team comes forward, that council give it strong consideration at that time.
I think that
Mayor.
wasn't the original. We had a different, we amended it, Scott. I amended it before it was. No, there was one that came at 8:35. So it's just, there was an updated version. So do we have to amend it, or can we go back to the updated version? Okay.
So I'll just reread the last two paragraphs. Therefore, be it resolved that administration be directed to confirm participation of the mayor and CAO in the task force as part of our ongoing effort to support the project. And finally, that if a formal financial request from Cottage Country Family Health Team comes forward, that council give it strong consideration at that time. Madam Mayor, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, thank you. So as, I mean, it's no secret, we have been in constant conversation with Cottage Country Family Health Team to get the development of upstairs. There is some traction being made to find the funding. I guess the big question there is, and why we put it the way that we wanted to, is we don't know what the funding will look like. The CAO has assured me that we could get the money from a reserve if we decide to, but in principle, we want the Cottage Country Family Health Team and partners and the public to know we're serious about getting this upstairs done, and we will continue to poke at it, and if there's a financial commitment required. I know how a lot of us feel about funding healthcare. I'm not crazy about it myself. However, if this is what we have to do to get healthcare, expanded healthcare in our community, I think it's a pretty small price to small pill to swallow. Again, we've made some strides. The Alexander has got 7 beds. Big win. I think that's a huge win. It's care close to home. When we were talking about the hospital, I said, Gravenhurst is committed to making healthcare better for the people of Gravenhurst. So that's one piece of the puzzle. 7 beds. he can get hospital care in our own community, and this is another piece of the puzzle. And so I hope that we have unanimous support around the table for this project, and hopefully we'll have some more to report sooner than later. So that's my thoughts, and I think it would be money well spent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Jorgensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As seconder, I support this as well. The fact is that, you know, some communities are paying doctors directly as a recruitment method, but a big part of setting up a practice for a new doctor in a new community is a place to do it, and the support services they need surrounding them as well. And this goes a long way, I think, in terms of doctor recruitment, for having a good environment in which to practice, that they can be up and running very, very quickly if this were to be built out as the Cottage Country Family Health Team envisions. So I support this wholeheartedly.
Councillor Morphy?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I also support the initiative. I do get from time to time told that this is a provincial matter and we shouldn't be dabbling. But my question is, when you amended the resolution adding 2 specific people, we have a member of the Board of Health sitting at our table in Councillor Cairns, and she must have a vast amount of knowledge about health and network. I mean, she can email the head of our medical, and I just think she shouldn't be overlooked. If there's a task force involving health, I think she should, if people are agreeable, she should be on it.
Councillor Cairns had her hand up first.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I didn't know Councillor Morphy was going to say that, so, but thank you. And I also sit at the health services at the district level. And I also have been around this table for a very long time and have offered my support and my expertise in the healthcare field to help out at any time that I could. And I would be honored to be part of that task force, as I don't sit on any other committees at this point at the town of Gravenhurst. But what I was going to also say is that I fully support this recommendation that we move forward. It's been a long time coming. It's extremely difficult with so many families having to travel out of town to get health care and to be able to get the support that they need in our own community is going to be a huge bonus. To have an after-hours clinic, and emergency care to an extent of degree, possibly working with patients that, you know, may need casted. I've worked with or spoken to several times physiotherapy. It would be nice to, you know, them take up on the building. There's so many services that we could offer to help support our community in the town of Gravenhurst, and I think that it would be extremely beneficial to support this in any way possible, and yes, so that would be my comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Scott and I have been working on this for months, for years, actually. So we are the contacts for this group now. We are just formalizing it as part of this. That's not going to change. I'm the head of council. I'm the one who has made the pitch to the Minister of Health. I'm the face of this project thus far, so we're not going to switch gears as far as that is concerned. We have, again, this is formalizing a process that's already been in the works for, what, 2 years, Scott, pretty much. Scott serves on the task force, and we're just trying to get this pushed over the finish line. So, you know, if public health is brought into it, sure, we could have the representative for the district on, you know, we'll bring in the public health, but right now it's partnership. We already have the partnership with the Cottage Country Family Health Team. And so like I said, I'm not participating in this endeavor.
I'll give you an opportunity, Mr. Lucas. Not to discredit anything that Councillor Cairns can bring to the table, but I would argue that there are several people around the table that have several years in healthcare and could bring something to the table, but that's not at the stage we are. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not my motion to defend at this point, but I think just the piece that I wanted to add is that the task force that's referenced in the motion is specific to the funding, is accumulating that funding and reporting back to council about what, if anything, is being requested from the health team from a funding standpoint, as opposed to what services the health team are going to offer. So the task force that I think is referenced here, is really about the funding accumulation as opposed to working on what that is going to look like over there. So just wanted to clarify that piece.
Thank you. Councillor Morphy?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Not Your Worship, so sorry. I wanted to say to Your Worship, I was not suggesting your removal in any way, shape, or form. I was just suggesting the addition of our health resource that we have.
Okay. You look like you have something to say over there. Okay. So, if there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. Please vote. And that carries. Thank you. I think so. I think it's 3 of 5. Number 3, motion number 3. Moved by Councillor Cairns, seconded by Councillor Varney, whereas swimming lessons have historically been offered at Gull Lake Rotary Park, providing children the ability to learn to swim in a lake environment. And whereas, due to consistent water quality related cancellation, this program was removed from the recommended budget. Therefore, be it resolved that the costs and revenues related to swim lessons at Gull Lake Rotary Park be added to the Recreation, Arts and Culture operating budget, including $11,000 for increased salaries, $2,100 for increased benefits, $8,000 for increased revenues or registration fees, and that the town work with the YMCA to make arrangements where possible for our swim instructors to teach lessons in the YMCA pool when the lake has been posted with a swim advisory. And finally, that the Infrastructure Services Department administer the appropriate industry best practices getting ahead of molting season and deferring the Canada goose population before they select the brooding area. Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So in 2012, this came up, and at the time, Councillor Jorgensen was ward councillor for out at Bass Lake Swimming, and Councillor Lorenz was Ward 1 for Gull Lake. And at that time, we received well over 1,000 online survey results of why we should keep swimming lessons. I have lots of quotes, but I won't read them because in essence of time. But all in favor, not one out of that 1,000. Plus there was another survey, a petition actually, that was done. And I have to credit Liz Palatis. I can't pronounce her name correctly, but she went around and received several of the same comments and recommendations to keep the swimming lessons in Gull Lake. I believe all of us have received a email or letter from the Gull and Silver Lake Residents Associations and signed by their president, Randy Levine, suggesting that we continue the swimming lessons in Gull Lake Park. I also did some research through the health unit, and they gave me all the statistics, which were horrifying, to see how many, how much the beach was closed. And it seemed to be that the beach was closed usually after a significant rainfall. And what the health unit recommended was, or has said, that at the sampling, rain at the time of sampling or within 24 hours of the sampling was reported 67% of the swimming advisories were posted for 2024. So large amounts of rain can wash contaminants into the lake, into the waterways, which could increase bacteria levels. There's also a risk in some communities that significant rainfall can overwhelm wastewater collection and treatment systems, leading to sewage bypasses. Rain can also stir up contaminants in the beach water. The recommendations from the health unit, so first of all, who's at the beach? Well, we have bathers, we have dogs, we have waterfowl, birds, snails. And so the beach today, the rain intensity, the wind direction, water clarity, waves, cloud coverage, and thank goodness so far we have no algae. The recommendations that came out of from the health unit were to access this surrounding beach and implement strategic ways of reducing the amount of rain washing in surface contaminants into the water. And as we heard today, our infrastructure, Mr. Stacy, had said that the berm was going to be worked on, because that will help with a lot of the water that is rushing into the lake. Also consider a comprehensive goose management program, which again, Mr. Stacy has said that that will be happening. We're, I believe, going out to see if we can get the goose patrol lady back, or man, as well as the dogs. And it was recommended by the mayor that we maybe buy a dog to patrol our goose problems. I think that too is, something we could look at in the future. But the municipality can also explore the option to, do the sampling at the Gull Lake to provide more control over the sampling data and when it's being done, because it is, from the health unit's reports, from what I understand, is that it's mostly the runoff that's creating the problems. And if we can try to prevent that runoff with berms, that would make a big difference. Also, I mentioned earlier today at the wrong time, but about the, believe it or not, the coyotes work, but also some beaches, and I know in Burlington, they've used other decoys, but the coyote decoy is one. And the other decoy that I've found out is that if you have a swan, so swans, the geese and the swans don't usually get along, and so you can also have a floating fake swan in the water. That also will help to deter them. The sprinkler system, which is very reasonable cost, would also help to deter them, as they're motion detected. So, if we have kids even on the beach late at night, that may deter them from hanging out in the late nights and doing things that we don't want them to do, even though there are cameras there watching those people. So I would strongly, strongly say that we do not cancel the swimming lessons this year. Excuse me. That we put in place the measurements that I've listed here, and that Mr. Stacy has recommended or has said that's in the budget, is the lasers, which did work, and I true testament to that for that 1 year, and I don't know if it's 2 or 3 years, I'm old and I can't remember how many years ago it was, but it was in the last few years, that once those beacons, those laser beacons were placed on the dock, we had no geese. So I think that if we're ahead of the game, and they say during molting season, so as soon as the ice is out, those beacons get put in place. Or even just before the ice goes out and we see the dark ice, that's when the beacons go in, because the geese are flying over. They usually come back to their same place. And this year, the amount of geese had tripled, in my opinion, on the lake. They created a lot of work for our staff. Our waterfront team were down in boots and gloves and masks, removing from the docks the geese. And with these lasers on the ends of the docks, will help to prevent the geese from even going onto those docks and defecating on the docks, and will give the staff less. It's so important that we're surrounded by water, and even 1 year deterring our children from learning how to swim in open water is a big mistake to us. I was on the lake when my neighbor passed away. He drowned in Gull Lake, and it's after the lifeguards were gone and the docks came out. And so it was no fault of the town, but unfortunately things happen. And without having children learn how to swim in open water, lives could be saved. So I would not like to see this deferred for 1 year. What I would like to see is that the appropriate industry standard practices are put in place to help to defer and detour the geese to another area to do what they do in contaminating our lakes. So thank you. Those are my comments at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Karen. Councillor Varney?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I agreed to second this motion. As a Ward 1 councillor, when you see the number of people coming to our town from different countries who don't swim, I mean, I've talked to some of my constituents down in Gull Lake when I'm walking down there. They don't know how to swim. They've never taken swimming lessons. And for them, even for 1 year, to find out that there aren't swimming lessons, but they're going to go into the water. They could go into the water at nighttime. I just feel with the suggestions that are in this motion that if the water isn't good that particular day or after a storm and we know the water isn't good quality, that they go to the Y, and when the water is, then they come to the lake. I don't like the idea of canceling these lessons, full stop, with the idea of looking to see if it's going to be okay the following year. So that's why I agreed to second this motion. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor?
I don't think any of us want to see the swimming lessons canceled at Gull Lake. They're iconic. They are tradition. They are needed. I agree that swimming in a lake is very different than swimming in a pool. There's no doubt about that. However, I don't know how, I mean, I don't know how we navigate lifeguards walking kids back and forth from the Y. The classes are only 45 minutes. Like, that's a logistical nightmare for our staff. So I more liked the idea of let the Y offer them and bring them over, if they can, to the lake to swim, because they've got their instructors there, but they've got the lifeguards there. So I don't know what the answer is. I certainly we can't send kids into swimming lessons if they're going to get a bug, right? Like in an ideal world, we will have the goose, all the stuff, all these goose problems fixed. I liked Shauna's additional recommendation of let's see how far we can get with the geese. Maybe we have one last session, but in the meantime, let's let the Y continue. Kids depend on these scheduled lessons. I don't have to tell our clerk. I mean, her son takes every weekend. What are you doing, Kayla? Oh, we've got swim lessons. So they depend on these hours and when they're being sent home. So if this is the compromise with the goal to bring them back, I don't think there's a person around this table who doesn't want to see swimming lessons continue. But I just think that the way that motion is worded, I'm not sure that that's the answer. Maybe it's let's leave it in the budget, let staff try and figure it out and go from there. But I don't know, Director Patterson, is the motion as read doable for you logistically? Is that something that can be accomplished? I mean, if you say, yeah, go ahead, pull the trigger, I'm all in. But if you say, well, we have to contact the Y, like we're committing you to do some things that I'm not sure are possible.
Director Patterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mayor Lorenz. The motion will have to be amended. There would be additional cost if we were to do lessons at the Y. The cost for the pool per hour is $150 to rent it. I would need a minimum of 60 hours to commit to have the lessons at the Y with maybe the option of bringing it to the lake. So the motion would need to be amended if we were to use the Y. They won't just give us the pool. They have their own programming. We would have to schedule lessons at a committed time frame that works with their schedule so we can accommodate them, because we would need both of the pools. So it would be $150 an hour for 60 hours to run our regular 3 2-week sessions, with maybe the hope that we could take them to the lake.
Sorry, Director Patterson, is that 60 hours a week for the summer? For the summer. Mr. Lucas.
Through you, Madam Chair, just to supplement what Director Patterson indicated, in essence, any sort of negotiation of this sort of arrangement with the YMCA couldn't happen here today, back to the mayor's point. So we couldn't commit the YMCA to an arrangement here today, which is a challenge when you're dealing with motions like this during the budget process. So I just wanted to offer that we could come up with all of these different scenarios and ideas, but really council's not in a position here today to really decide on that, what that relationship looks like.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Councillor Morphy?
Thank you. The one thing I do want to point out is I also want to keep the swim lessons in a lake, but I think the way we're doing it backwards doesn't work. Having all of staff on a Tuesday find out that, you know, the health unit's declared it, and on a Wednesday, and you've got to try and get an alternate. I do have an amendment prepared that would work in reverse if, when it gets to the point, we can bring that forward. But they are sold out, they're popular. Swim in the lake when you can is that kind of a deal. When the clerk says I can present it, I'd be happy to present the amendment. Sorry, when the chair says.
Thank you for that. We'll hear from Councillor Jorgensen and then Councillor Cairns, and then we'll talk about an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion put the money back in the budget is almost, immaterial because one offsets the other anyway. So it's not really, to me, it's not really a budget dilemma that we're in right now. But the motion as presented, to me is delving far too deep into operational issues that are really not our purview. This is why we have, our staff to make recommendations to us to operationalize our policy direction. I think the policy direction is we'd like to see swim lessons continue at Gull Lake. From a budget point of view, I think we're looking at a net in that motion of $5,000, which is probably immaterial. I think it could be simplified to direct staff to present something to us that hopefully will work in terms of continuing the lessons, swim lessons at Gull Lake. But at the end of the day, if operationally it's impossible because of the water quality, then we have to rely on staff's best opinion that it should not be happening. And I think we have to be prepared for that. But to get into the minutia of how you can make it work, that's not really our job here. Our job is to set high-level policy directions, to set the budget for it to happen. And if we want to go back to staff and say, we want swim lessons at Gull Lake, make it happen, we have to rely on them to report back to us on whether it can or it can't happen. And I think what we've heard already, it's been a very difficult process to keep those swim lessons going because of the water quality. And I don't want to be, forcing staff to provide lessons when the water quality is not good. And we can't, as CAO Lucas has said, we can't negotiate with the Y on what any kind of program, one way or the other, is going to look like at this table. So, I guess as it's written, I can't support the motion because there's just too many unknowns in there. From a budget point of view, as I say, I think it's immaterial. It's a policy direction. We want staff to work harder to perhaps make it happen. That's a different decision to me than whether or not we put a net of $5,000 in the budget for it.
Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, and through you again. I put in the motion there to have the town work with the YMCA. It's December, and if they could block off a certain amount of time, I mean, we subsidize the Y. I think, and I'm not really sure how their swimming lessons are, but I know that they're not as busy at the Y in the summer because most of the kids are in the lake, if they can. The Y is very busy with day camp. I do know that. But why I put in there about making arrangements with the Y is to see, since it is like December, that we could work it out. And I do understand that we can't make a commitment from the Y, but in our best efforts. I think that a majority of the problem will be satisfied by deterring the water drainage by putting in the berm, which wasn't completed at the time of the new bleachers or stadium seating at the wharf. We still have problems with drainage coming from the top going down. And I think that will make a big difference, and it's nothing more than what's already in the budget. And putting out the beacons, which I believe are roughly just over $700, maybe $800, to deter the geese is going to make a big difference. But again, I'd like to say that swimming lessons have been going on with swimmer's itch, ear infections. My sister can't even swim in the lake because she gets swimmer's itch. She can't swim in any lakes because of swimmer's itch. It's a matter of the water running into the lake with no type of deterrence to deter the water from going, the rainwater, which then washes everything from the parking lot, all down into the lake. So I still feel that this is something workable. I believe that if we work with the Y and ask them for a certain time in the morning, and that all swimming and people know that if there is a beach warning, that the kids are notified. Each instructor may have maybe 6 children. maybe 8 in a class. So it's not that hard for the instructors to do that, to notify their own classmates we're going to the Y today, or we're going to be at the beach today. So if the swim advisory is listed. So I really strongly think that our community spoke in 2012, that it's not a good idea to close the beach, even for one season.
Thank you, Councillor Cairns. Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'd just like to say, I don't know what the best way to stop the runoff from hitting the lake is, and our staff are the ones that need to research that and advise us on it. And by saying this is going to work or that's going to work, I think, first of all, it's premature. We don't know. We don't know what's going to work at this point, and we've heard staff say they have a variety of things they'd like to try, but the reality is, do we want to be sending kids into the lake for swimming lessons when we know the E. coli levels are 3 times what the provincial standards are suggesting should be a deterrent to swimming? So again, from a policy point of view, I understand that we want to do everything we can. We want to direct staff to do everything they can to permit swimming lessons at Gull Lake. But at the end of the day, I don't want the swimming lessons to happen if they're doing it in unsafe conditions. And again, I'm not the expert to say how to fix that problem.
Thank you, Councillor Jorgensen. Councillor Morphy, I'm inclined to introduce your amendment. Okay, so Councillor Morphy has moved. She doesn't have a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Varney. Be it resolved that the motion be amended to remove line 4 and replace with, and that administration be directed to work with the YMCA to make arrangements to host swimming lessons at the YMCA, and when conditions permit, no swimming advisories due to water quality, move to Gull Lake Rotary Park, and that $9,000 be added to the Recreation, Arts and Culture operating budget for the rental period. I'll give Councillor Morphy the opportunity to speak to her amendment, and then I'll give it to you, Mayor Lorenz.
Thank you, through you. The $9,000 is just strictly 60 hours times 150 per hour at the Y. And we have to give staff the opportunity to see what's available. So basically, nobody loses a lesson. They're always at the Y, and when we can, in the meantime, Director Stacey's going to fix our goose problem. It'll be all straightened out, and maybe we can go back to full-time. But this is just an interim. We run the sold-out program, and every individual would know, obviously, this is a lake pool program. Clearly, none of us want them swimming in E. coli. I mean, that goes without saying. So this is a lake pool program, and that you're going to contact the Facebook page or however you communicate Gravenhurst and find out where your swimming lesson is the next day. And I think this is a good, rather than like temporary, just doesn't ever end up being temporary. Staff can still look for an alternate place if the Gull Lake can't be revised. But in the meantime, carry on the program, keep it in the pool, go to the lake when you can. That's all I'm proposing. And if the Y doesn't have the hours, they don't have the hours, and it falls apart.
Mayor Lorenz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that Director Patterson said earlier that she couldn't commit to their staff being licensed or trained to do open water swim lessons, and same with ours not being able to do deck swim lessons. So is that, I just mean that, like, again, here we are committing YMCA staff to go to the beach, but so.
Director Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mayor Lorenz, I'll clarify that. I think it would be our staff running our lessons in the Y pool with the Y staff on the deck. So anytime there's people in the pool, they still need lifeguards on deck. And then if we move to Gull Lake, then our staff would go, not the Y staff. So the Y staff are just there to supervise the deck when there's people in the pool.
So what, if we may go back, wasn't that your, was this your original proposal in the first place?
No, through
Okay,
the
was
charity.
that the Y
My
would-
proposal was that the Y would run the lessons.
Okay.
Until such time that maybe we could run them at the lake.
And just one other question, just on clarity, don't we usually have our lifeguards do the lessons? But, so we're still gonna have, so now we're doubling the staff, is that right? Because we're gonna have the lifeguards, or the lifeguards gonna come off to go and do the lessons? So we're gonna have the beach not monitored while the lessons are going on at the Y, is that right?
So that would still be things we would have to work out details. I wouldn't know schedules right now. I need to know, first of all, if the Y can accommodate it. They do their own programming and they have summer camps. Historically, they've not done swimming lessons because we run summer swimming lessons. But I wouldn't be able to say what the schedule is right now until I know what I can, if this motion goes through, what I can accommodate with the Y.
Now, just for a staff question, rather than do this motion, do any of it, is there any reason, as Councillor Cairns has said, we're in December, we're talking about an extra $10,000. We can't ask Shauna to go, Ms. Director Patterson, pardon me, to go and find out what is possible and then bring it back and present it as a whole thing rather than this. Do you know what I mean? Like, if she's gonna have to come back anyway with a whole new plan. So we've got some time, we've got a meeting in January, we can commit $10,000 if that's the difference to staff to come up with a plan rather than trying to speculate what it's gonna look like. Would that be helpful to you rather than try to fit into our box? You can draw the box yourself and tell us what's possible?
Yes. It wouldn't be in January by any means. The Y pieces that we need to sort out and make work.
Okay, let's make sure we're talking about the amendment. Mr. Lucas.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The other element of this, because I believe the amendment speaks to some relationship with the YMCA, so I think I'm speaking at the right time here. The other element is that, of course, we presented earlier today that we're in the midst of negotiations with the YMCA about the services that they're going to provide. Their current agreement concludes at the end of 2024, and we're negotiating that contract right now, so which includes service level conversations beyond just the financial. So all to say, I don't think we're going to be in a position to arrange a program here at this table today.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
We're going to have to look into next year and see who's going to be responsible for that button over there.
But
Councillor Jorgensen has had his
I
hand
think
up.
it's subsequent to what I just said. I think what I said was, and I think Mr. Lucas just reiterated, was that we don't know what we can commit the Y to. So let's, in principle, sign up for the money. We all agree this is not about the money. So why don't we, in principle, agree to the money and let the staff go back and bring a proposal that hopefully we can get on board with?
Thank you. Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To be honest, that was exactly my recommendation here. Why don't we just put $10,000 into the recreation budget and let staff tell us what can happen? Because anything else, we don't have, it's all just speculation whether any of this could happen. So I think it'd just be simpler to let staff do their job and come back to us with recommendations based on the policy decision around this table that we would like to see swim lessons at Gull Lake or some hybrid model or something like that. But as Mr. Lucas has said, we can't figure out around this table what that's going to look like today. But this is a budget meeting. Let's give them some budget. I think we've spent far too long on this. If you look at some of the other things that we have passed without discussion, $10,000, let's put 10 grand in and let staff come back to us with something that will better meet our desire to have some form of swim lessons at Gull Lake.
Mr. Jeffrey has something to add.
Thank you. Just thank you through you, Madam Chair. Just to speak to the amendment, I believe the amendment should encompass the 5,100 of the original, plus add the 9,000. So it should be 14,100 if you want to be. Okay, so it's 9,000 plus the 50. Okay, my apologies. Thank you.
Okay, we're making headway. Councillor Morphy.
Yeah, thank you, through you. Yeah, that's exactly the intent. Give them the money, because it's easier to take money, like, it's easier to put the money in and not spend it if we can't come to some sort of resolution with this than it is to put it in at a later date. So, yeah, I'm just asking for your support. Like, give them the money, give her time to work, and see what we can come up. The direction, we're not directing operations. We're directing them that we want swimming at Gull Lake. That's it. And then see how they can best make that happen. But the security of each and every week by having the rented pool, even though it might be empty and we're paying for it, I get that. But Gull Lake is free, so it's really an offset. So I'm looking for, hopefully we can get this through. Thank you.
Can we get the amendment put up again, Madam Clerk? And Councillor Cairns.
Thank you. And to the amendment, so when I look in the budget on page 62, it said waterfront staff cost decrease of 10,430, waterfront, and then the next line is waterfront program fees revenue decrease of 11,000. So it's just over 10,000. It's 10,430 to bring back. So I didn't want to just say 10,000 and then we'd be short a little bit of money. Thank you.
Okay. We're talking about the amendment. Madam Mayor.
May I make a suggestion that the amendment be removed by the mover and the seconder, the motion be removed by the mover and the seconder, and we just write a very easy amendment that says, because the amendment that is on there says that we work with the Y to do, that is operational. It's totally operational, that we work with the Y to have swimming lessons when they can't. What we should say is include the monies in the budget and direct staff to come up with a solution, period. That's how basic it should be. So rather than vote on the amendment and muddy things, that's what I think would be a good idea, is ask the mover and seconder on both motions to withdraw and write a very basic motion to say, do not exclude the funding for the swimming, period.
That looks like a no. Councillor Cairns, okay, so we're talking about the amendment. We have gone around and around quite a few times, so we need to come to some kind of a solution. Last opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. So my last opportunity would say, clearly, the Y does not provide swimming lessons in the summer at their pool. And clearly, we're in negotiations with Y, as Mr. Lucas said, at the end of 2024. So I think there's lots of leeway that we can work on making this happen with the amendment to bring it forward. That way, we're securing a spot if it's agreeable to the Y. And that is my comment, is if it's agreeable to the Y. But the Y has been very good at working with us. They've been very good at you know, trying to offer programs. It's going to encourage more people to participate and get, maybe they've never been in the Y before because they haven't been able to afford membership. So this will also give them the opportunity when they cannot swim in Gull Lake because of issues with the water quality, then they can swim in a pool and they can learn the best of both worlds. Waterfront staff in a pool, like, is a total different credential that you get than it is when you're swimming in the lake. So, but the lake swimmers have to have both. They have to have waterfront and and pool.
Okay. Are we prepared to vote on the amendment? I'll call for the vote on the amendment. Would you please put it up? Yep. Do you want me to read it again? No. Okay.
Read it, but again, we're asking to be, motion be amended to remove line 4. I need to know what line 4 says. I'm not voting on this unless I know what line 4 is. We're removing that?
And replacing it with the amendment?
Oh, all right.
Okay. I'm going to call the question. Please vote. That carries.
Okay, do you want me to bring the new motion up?
Would you like me to have Director Tebow bring the revised motion up? Would you like me to read it again? Oh. Madam Mayor.
Okay, so here it says, and that administration be directed to work with YMCA to make arrangements to host swimming lessons at the YMCA, and when conditions permit, no swimming advisories due to water quality, move to Gull Lake Rotary Park. So we're totally, we're totally micromanaging what this is gonna look like. So if they can't nail that arrangement down, then this whole motion is no good, because we're telling them that that's how it has to be. That's what I meant by saying we're being too specific. We're saying, so if they can't, if the Y says, well, we can't have you here 2 days and then go there, like, I just think that we just need to get rid of the specifics. That's not It's not what we do. Just, let's get rid of the specifics and let them work something out.
Just some procedural updates. The motion that was just added to include that was carried by council. Voted in favor. So you cannot reconsider that motion because that was your specific direction, unless you provide something different, something materially different. So council could either withdraw this motion and then it was not voted on. You could vote and defeat it and table a different motion. You could vote and carry, and then that is what it is.
What's the appetite for coming back with a more generic motion? Okay. Councillor Karen.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I do believe that this is covering it. And from what I heard Mr. Lucas say, we are under, negotiations at the end of this year, which then gives us the opportunity, again, to work with the Y. So, and that could be part of the agreement that we input with the Y when there's negotiations going on between staff and the Y. That says this came through and this is what we would really like to do. Director Patterson did say that the Y does not teach swimming lessons in the summer, and they have a day camp, but they don't have swimming. They have open swimming, and they have other aerobics programs going on, but they don't teach swimming lessons. And that's pretty much because we teach swimming lessons. The town of Gravenhurst teaches swimming lessons, so hopefully that opportunity will arise.
Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in complete agreement with what the mayor was saying, that we are still telling staff what it should look like, and we don't know what it could look like. So I can't support this motion. I would support a motion that restored some, I think, 14,100 or something is what I heard into the budget to permit the possibility of some kind of swim lessons at Gull Lake Park, but this motion doesn't do that for me. So I would be voting against it.
Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be brief. This entire hour has been, let me be clear. Everyone around this table has the same intention. I want the public to know that. I want the staff to know that. I want the people in the room. We all have the same intention, but this hour has been completely unnecessary. I don't want a motion at all. If we're going to add the money back into the budget, that's okay. But what was the conclusion of the discussion we had, as I understood it, was that staff was given a number of ways that they could look into this issue. They all understood that we want swimming at Gull Lake if possible. But somebody, there's a couple of people have made comments. We don't want putting students in the water when there are bugs and so on. Let me be very clear about me. We're not doing that at all, or I want no part of it, none. If there's an advisory that says we can't put students in the water, we will be sued if we do that. So that's not an issue. There was some confusion about the docks being taken out. I understood Director Patterson to saying no, they weren't, and the staff are there. Around this table the last 2 years, a number of people, one in particular, have often said, let's not do things on the fly. That's exactly what we're doing right now. We need to just step back, professional staff, and I agree with Councillor Jorgensen, don't need to be told what this looks like. Let them come back with some recommendations, because we all have the same intention, but we shouldn't be doing this in a budget meeting. We should not. This is policy. And some discussions we've had about what happens at the end of long meetings. We're now going into hour number 6. And you just simply cannot function properly in hour number 6 the same way you would in hour number 1. But as my colleague, I like to find opportunities where I agree with Councillor Jorgensen. I really search for them. He leaned into me and he said, we've spent an hour initially talking about $10,000 and $800 million, nothing. And I said, in my entire career in municipal affairs and in local government, same thing I would say to my wife. We talked for an hour and the closing hour about nothing. And the rest of the time flew by like that. So I would support a motion to add money back into the budget. But other than that, I won't support anything other than what I thought we had done with staff before. Said, let our competent staff, after hearing from us what we'd like them to do and what we want the end result to do, let them do their job. Let's not try to do this on the fly, in hour number 6. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Jeffrey, can we bring this back as an in-year item, or do we have to bring a motion forward to reintroduce the monies right now?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely, it could be an in-year motion, just the pure nominal amount of what we're talking about. If it were brought back in year, it could be just covered by favorable variances during the year too. So I see that the council has many options in terms of how it could proceed with this.
Okay, then I'm prepared to call the vote. Please vote. Do you want a point of order?
Yes, please. I'd like to make sure I know what
Push
I'm
it.
voting on. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
That's defeated. Thank you. Okay, number 4. We have Lookout Point Stairs. It's moved by Councillor Varney, and she needs a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Cairns. Whereas construction and development projects are ongoing at the Muskoka Wharf to continue to support, revitalize, and strengthen the community. And whereas Muskoka Wharf related recreation capital works for 2025 are premature at this time, as strategic plans, development, and adjusted recreational developments are still in the planning phases. Therefore, be it resolved that the Lions Lookout Park Stairs capital project number 710B007 be removed from the 2025 budget and moved into the 2026 capital budget. Councillor Varney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I realize this will be a bone of contention with a lot of people, but we don't know what's happening down at the bay. And there is the suggestion that's been mentioned that the docks will want to be connected to that part of Lookout Park. I mean, we don't want to be putting money, $85,000, into stairs that might have to be torn down. So that's why I'm asking for deferred to 2026, and hopefully we will make a decision then. We may be deferring it to 2027, depending on what that development is down at the bay. But I think it's very premature of us to think that $85,000 is going to repair what needs to be done there. It's probably a lot more than $85,000 for what Mr. Stacy would like to do there. So that's why I'm asking for it to be removed and deferred to 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Varney. Councillor Cairns, would you like to?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I have to agree. I know that there's historic value in those stairs. I know that a lot of people use them, including myself, have used them over the past few years, or several years. But I think that it is premature until we know what kind of development's going to be happening. I think that we could probably do a better job, make enhancements, do more than put in something that, like Councillor Varney said, may need to be torn out or changed direction, or, until we know the access, the amount of property that we own down there, and the amount of property that future development may take up. There may be, some modifications that need to be done. So I'd hate to do it now, put them back in for this year, and then find out later that that things have changed. So I'm totally in favor of this. I know that there will be some disgruntled people, but trust us, we are not saying no to the stairs. We are waiting until we find out what future development could happen down there and how better we can make the stairs for the people to get to access, because it would be beneficial to have access from that subdivision all the way down to the wharf and then back up to, it would make a great part of our trail network. So yes, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't disagree that moving it into 2026, I don't think that's a bad idea, because I want to make sure that we're doing it right, especially for 85,000. But earlier, Director Halford had said that that's the last, parkland, initiatives are the last thing that a development is going to work on. So are we anticipating that by 2026, that part will be figured out? Probably not. So in the meantime, will we continue to keep pushing it because, the Starboard development isn't there yet, isn't ready for it? If that is why we're waiting, then I think we should just go ahead and do it, because we could be waiting, years until that portion is ready for that. So those are just my thoughts.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too, I question the importance or the urgency, I guess, of doing it this year. Just a clarification, though, from staff. This was coming out of Park Reserve, I believe. Was not coming from the levy. Is that correct? Yes. Yeah. So it's immaterial to the levy in any case. But again, we have our Parks and Trails Master Plan, and I'm not sure where these stairs fit into that. So I think I would support moving it, I think, to the next year and give staff, again, some time to reevaluate this perhaps and come back to us with perhaps a more compelling reason to carry on with it, because this is not a park area as far as I'm concerned. It's a road allowance that the town happens to own. It's not an active portion of the park. So I would be happy to defer it and have staff reevaluate.
I'll give you an opportunity. Director Patterson, can you confirm that it's not a part of the, Director Stacy, the Parks Master Plan?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, it is not part of the master plan recommendations.
Thank you for the confirmation. Councillor Varney.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. It was also mentioned this stairwell will not be accessible. And I think when we're putting money into things like this, we have to think about what is accessible for people. And I have a feeling that if Starboard is developing this plan that they have put forward to us, there may be accessibility. And I honestly cannot see putting $85,000 towards something that will not be accessible and is very dangerous, actually, the way they're set up. And I think Director Stacey wants to, if it does go ahead, he wants to make it lighted and as accessible as possible to the population. So that's why I'm wanting to defer it. Thank you.
Well, what I thought was going to be a contentious issue is proving not to be as contentious as I thought, anticipated. I think that I'm prepared to call the vote on this one. Would you please vote? Oh. Could we put up the motion for the mayor, please? And that carries. Thank you. Okay, motion number 5, fifth and final. Accessibility coordinator. This is moved by Councillor Varney, and she needs a seconder. Councillor Cairns, thank you. Whereas the town of Gravenhurst is committed to creating an accessible community for all Gravenhurst staff, members of council, residents, and visitors. And whereas the town of Gravenhurst's commitment to addressing accessibility is enshrined in Initiative 4 of Goal 4 in the town's 2023-2027 strategic plan. And whereas council received a request from the chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee at the 2025 budget tabling meeting on November 27th, 2024, for council to consider the creation of an accessibility coordinator position in the town of Gravenhurst. And whereas creating an accessibility coordinator position would be a significant and laudable step for the town of Gravenhurst to recognize all facets of the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act and integrated accessibility standards regulations, including education and training, customer service, the built environment, and the elimination of barriers are important, necessary, supported, and corporately enforced. And whereas according to the best practice in many municipalities across Ontario, corporate enforcement and support of accessibility in a municipality is best given to a permanent full-time job position, 100% dedicated to these responsibilities via daily tasks, duties, and projects. Therefore, be it resolved that administration be directed to create a permanent part-time accessibility coordinator position with the Legislative Services operating budget, and finally, that a total of $60,000 be included within the wages and applicable training and development budget for the position. Councillor Varney. Oh. Okay.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. This was a request from the chair of the Accessibility Committee to bring this forward to this budget meeting. She has been really insistent on us trying to have a part-time person job for a person to take this on. And really what we're trying to do is bring this to council for conversation. We realize that it's a bit much for the budget, but I feel that it's something that we should be discussing because 2025 is apparently the last year for us to get as much accessibility into Gravenhurst as possible, and we are going to try and bring a project to the town in 2025, but the big project will be the following year because it takes a long time to put something like this together. So this is really more for conversation because the committee feels very strongly about getting help in this, for this job and working towards accessibility. So that's what we're asking, and I hope some of you understand where this is coming from, and perhaps you'd like to add something to the conversation. And this could be deferred to 2025 budget. Thank you.
Councillor Cairns, you're the seconder.
Thank you. I wanted to get this on the table for a discussion for sure through you, Madam Chair. I think it's important that we realize 2025 is here. And I also want to recognize the staff that have been involved in accessibility through legislative services. But they're busy and they have a lot to do, and there's a lot of things that we need to get coordinated and have someone on it on a regular basis. Like I said, legislative services has done immense amount of work to get us where we are today, as well as each and every department has accessibility in their minds on a regular basis, making sure that when we do go forward with things, whether it be through the building code or anything else along that way, that we are always keeping that in mind. But I do think that by adding in a position to solely work on getting us to this point, and I believe it's the City of London, although it wasn't really accessible during the, I believe it was an AMO conference or one of the conferences anyways. It was not accessible due to the fact of the construction happening. The City of London has done a fabulous job in almost reaching their targeted goals. And I believe also, and please don't quote me on this, the City of Peterborough is also well ahead of us. And so I just think it's very important that we think of this, putting it forward and trying to reach the mandate. And I'm sure that a lot of municipalities aren't going to make the mandate. I haven't heard anything, and maybe staff have heard, if they're going to extend the 2025 date. I haven't heard that myself, so I do support this to help and assist get us to where we should be. Thank you.
Mayor Lorenz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is premature. We are doing a service delivery review right now that's coming forward. I don't think, I think that staff recommendations should be coming from our CAO. He is here every day and he understands where the gaps are. The service delivery will shape his recommendations. I think that there may very well be a position along the lines of this, but maybe it's a full-time position. Maybe it's someone's role is special project coordinator. We don't know what that looks like. So I think for us to say we're going to hire us when we don't even know who they would work under or who would be responsible, who are they going to report to? I just think that without input and without springing this on staff at a budget meeting, I just don't, I can't support it. It's not that I don't support the idea and principle, but these sort of recommendations, the people that work here every day know where the gaps are. And especially when we have a service delivery review being done right now to tell us where the gaps are. And they very well could suggest this. I don't know. But I'm going to wait for the full picture before I arbitrarily hire a part-time staff person. I don't. I just can't. I can't believe that we're proposing that without consulting with the staff first. So I can't support it. Good idea, and I think we all agree that accessibility is super important. But without the input of our staff, I don't know how we could just hire somebody, say that this role is important. And again, we're not going to get, the CAO's opinion in 10 minutes at a budget meeting. So this is a way bigger picture. So I will not be supporting this, but he's heard the recommendation, and with the service delivery, keep it in mind.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jorgensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I would concur with the mayor on this one. This is not the way to develop policy at this table, quite frankly. I don't even recall this coming up as a recommendation from the Accessibility Committee. I guess I haven't seen the minutes of it yet, or a report from we did not get a report from regardless. You know, in particular, throwing a number of $60,000 at it, that's not how you determine what a salary is going to be. You know, we have experts who do that. We can't, there's no point throwing a number at a position and saying so we'll make the roles and responsibilities equal that number. It's just not the way it works, folks. This is something, again, concurring with the mayor on this, it may be a position that is warranted, but this should be done months before a budget meeting and as a policy item that we want staff to look into and report back to us on. It's not something I would ever consider supporting on the fly at a budget meeting.
Councillor Varney?
Thank you. I'm a little offended by some of the comments that have been made because I did say it's really mainly for conversation, that this could be deferred. This is something that we're trying to put through maybe, and maybe we won't get it through. That wasn't what the idea was. It was just to bring it to the table for the public to hear about it. We have discussed it at council. Accessibility did bring it to council. Perhaps, Councillor Jorgensen, you were on holiday, but it did come. When Barbara, the chair of the committee, suggested this to me, I did say to her, I'm not sure this is the best time to bring it, but between myself and other people who are on the Accessibility Committee, they just want to put it out there. The $60,000 was, I had no idea what it would cost to be a part-time employee, but that was the suggestion, to put that in. And really, we have spoken with district, and maybe this is something that district would have a part-time position for all of Muskoka. I only brought this forward for discussion. That's really why I brought it forward, and Barbara asked me to bring it to this budget meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Varney, for that. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Just again, to reiterate, this is what happens when you start debating issues in the 7th hour. I understood clearly from Councillor Varney that this was a matter for discussion. Clearly, that's what I heard, because I'm certainly not prepared to vote on something in hour number 7, a position that we haven't debated. We didn't have prerequisites. I would just like to see the motion again, Madam Chair, and don't read the preamble. I just want to see what and therefore be resolved, because if it was just a discussion, it's a very important issue, and I want to be part of the discussion, but not tonight. Thank you.
There you are, sir. Mayor Lorenz?
But but it does say, with all due respect, Councillor Johnston, it does say that administration be directed to create the position. So, yeah, can we put that up on the screen? That administration be directed to create a permanent part-time accessibility coordinator position within the Legislative Services operating budget. So there is a commitment. So I would suggest, I would like to see this be defeated. You know, I think that's the only way to deal with this. And then by the time we get the service delivery report, then we can bring it back for discussion in 6 months. But message heard loud and clear. And I do want to say that it was not at a council, well, it was at a council meeting, but it was at the public portion of the budget meeting where we heard from the chair of the Accessibility Committee, so it wasn't in minutes or anything. So that's where I can't support, again, back to what you said, I can't support, there is an ask in there, so it's not to consider, there's an ask.
Thank you for that. I'll give Mr. Lucas the opportunity to speak, and then I'll go to Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in terms of options, and the clerk can tell me if I'm wrong here, but a couple of options here. One is if there's no desire to actually make a decision here today, then the resolution or the motion probably needs to be withdrawn. Failing that, if it were defeated, there'd be a time restriction on when it could be reconsidered, or of course it could be approved. But the reality is as long as the motion is before you, there's a decision that needs to be made about the position or not. So I just wanted to clarify where things stand at this point.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jorgensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly was not my intention to offend anyone with my comments, but the reality is, you know, this is not just for discussion, Councillor Varney. The motion is to make a decision, as Mr. Lucas has said there, on creating a new position or not. And I'm simply not, you know, without the benefit of a staff report and where, you know, knowledge of where that position would fit and what you know, how that would get, the position would get rated and what the salary might be, we don't have any of that information. So as presented, the only option to me is to vote no to the motion, where that might be seen as not supporting the concept or the, you know, the notion. And in fairness, I certainly recall, you know, the chair of the committee coming forward at the public meeting, but I have not seen even the discussion of, around the accessibility committee. I haven't seen any discussion from them on it. But regardless, you know, again, it would be premature for us to I feel, support creating a position when we know so little about what that would look like.
I saw Councillor Varney put her hand up very quickly after Scott made a statement. Could we go to her to see if she had reconsidered and wanted to withdraw the motion?
I have Councillor Johnston on the line here. He was first.
It's a motion of council, so it has to be a motion of all of council to withdraw it. It's not just Councilor Varney. Can we say that?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Through the chair to all of council, just procedure. The motion has been moved, seconded, and read, so it belongs to all of council. So any member and a seconder can withdraw it. It's not just the mover. So to move it, we need to withdraw a motion.
I move to withdraw.
You didn't have the floor.
Oh, pardon me. Pardon me. I'll take that back.
Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, if I might, I'm prepared to let Councillor Varney speak first, as long as I can speak after that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, I will remove the motion, and I hope that my seconder will second that as well. I think what we've done is brought it to the attention of council staff and the town, so I think Barbara's done her job. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cairns? Yeah. Councillor Cairns, are you responding to Councillor Varney?
Yes. And I'm fully in agreement. I think that we're letting the public know that we know there's needs out there and that we can, you know, discuss this further for future budgets. So I'm definitely in support of withdrawing the motion at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologized one time a few months ago at District for something I didn't do, and I'm strong enough to always do that. So I'd like to apologize right now because when I was referring to making decisions or using our intellect in hour number 7, I was referring to myself. Clearly, our CAO does not have that impairment. The advice he gave about withdrawing was exactly what went through my mind. That, no, it needs, if it's defeated, there's a time limit on it. And number two, I'm always conscious of this. There's a message that sends. No matter what we say, at the end of the day, if we defeated a resolution, the public perception is it's not a good idea, or that council doesn't think it's a good idea. So withdrawing it was the right thing, because I think it's a vital issue, and we should discuss it. And my apology is that you're right. It clearly said, again, I'm agreeing with my seatmate here, it clearly said engaging it, and I didn't see that. That's my fault. So I shouldn't have said that. But I totally agree with and thank the mover or seconder for withdrawing it, because that's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Oh, call the vote? Be it resolved that the motion be withdrawn. Moved by Councillor Varney, seconded by Councillor Cairns. Please vote. And that carries. Thank you. That concludes the motions that were pre-submitted. Last call. Councillor Morphy.
Thank you, through your worship. I want, to the mayor's point, the deputy mayor's point, to reinstate a motion directing staff to report back on reinstating swimming lessons at Gull Lake for the summer of 2025 with a budget of $14,100. Have them report back. So I want to bring that motion in.
Oh, you have? Okay. Okay. So, moved by Councillor Morphy, seconded by Councillor Cairns. Be it resolved that administration be directed to report back on reinstating swimming lessons at Gull Lake Rotary Park for the summer of 2025, and that $14,000 be added to the Recreation, Arts and Culture budget for the program. Go ahead, Councillor Morphy.
Thank you, but we've talked this to death. We don't need to speak anymore on it. We've got the intent. Thanks.
Councillor Cairns, do you need to say something?
I just wanted to say through you, Madam Chair, that I was going to be asking the question as well, so I fully support that. Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Johnston.
That's how I'm introduced. Oh. You're surprised? I just want to say this, again, the intention of everyone around this room is clear, and with staff. I think, though, this motion, I'm a student of language, this motion sends the wrong message because it says report back on reinstating swimming in Gull Lake Park. And secondly, our outgoing treasurer has already stated we can put that money in next month. We don't need it to do it tonight. Doing it tonight sends the wrong message. And I don't want good people out there to have the assumption that we're doing this when we're not. We're looking at this problem, but the motion says a report back about reinstating lessons at Gull Lake Park. No, I can't support the motion. It's not necessary.
Mayor Lorenz?
I think that you could just say, we could amend it to say, be it resolved that administration be directed to report on the feasibility of swimming lessons. I don't even think because at Gull Lake Rotary Park, feasibility, because we haven't taken them away. Well, no, but we haven't taken them away. Like, I know they're not in there, but it's not that we've taken them away. Like, reinstating means that they've been gone for some time. I think, can we put it back up so we can read it? Report back on swimming lessons at Gull Lake Park, and I think it should say and the Y for this, like, because we've talked about a hybrid thing. So I think it should say not reinstating, to be report back on swimming lessons at Gull Lake Rotary Park and the Y for the summer of 2025. Like, I think because we've talked about a hybrid system of using the Y, I mean, I don't know. Let's just give them as much rope as they need, and they can come back.
Councillor Jorgensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think we need to direct staff to revisit this, because what I read was that there would be no swimming lessons at Gull Lake Park. That's the intention from staff. So we do need something in there. The wording, you know, I don't think that, could we get that back up there? I don't think the wording ties staff to any particular solution, other than we want to revisit it and understand perhaps better why it, you know, how we could make it happen or why it can't happen. And putting the 14,000, as Mr. Jeffrey said, is relatively immaterial, but I can support it the way it is there.
But do you think that we should also mention the, oh, sorry.
Do you have something to say, Mayor Lorenz?
Yes, thank you. I just wonder, because we did talk about a hybrid version, if we should also mention the YMCA in there. No? Okay, that's fine. So if we don't, because if it can't happen at Gull Lake, then it's not going to happen anywhere. That's all. Okay.
I'll call for the vote. Please vote. And that carries. Thank you. Last call for motions. I think that concludes the motions for 2020, budget 2025. I think we need a 5-minute recalibration so that we know where we stand before we end things for this year? Okay, everyone. The calculators have rolled, the tape's empty. 2025 is almost ready to roll. I think I have, so. Thank you. I have the second last motion for the day. It's moved by Councillor Varney, seconded by Councillor Hunter. Whereas the recommended 2025 budget for the town of Gravenhurst was tabled on November the 27th, 2024. And whereas council has had the opportunity to review the budget, seek clarification, and make changes to the 2025 budget at its meeting on December the 10th, 2024. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2025 capital budget of $11,428,600 and associated capital financing as laid out in the 2025 capital budget be approved, and that the 2025 gross operating budget exclusive of the Communities in Bloom program of $29,531,215 with a net town general tax levy impact of $20,675,869 as laid out in the 2025 operating budget be approved. And that the 2025 Communities in Bloom program with a net tax impact of $1,000 be approved. And finally, that administration be directed to prepare the 2025 tax rates for the town general levy on this basis. We will vote on 1, 2, 3. Oh, we're going to vote on line 5, which is the Communities in Bloom program that Councillor Cairns has declared. Please vote. Okay. And that carries. And now we will vote on the balance of the motion. Please vote. And that carries. Well, thank you, council, and thank you, staff. Mr. Jeffries, it has been my great pleasure to work alongside you to present this budget for 2025. I hope you look back at it fondly. I know that yes, I know that before we get to the finalities of the meeting, I know that Mayor Lorenz would like to have a word, and I believe Mr. Lucas would like to have a word. So, go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks to council for making it a productive day. We don't have to come back tomorrow, which is nice. I want to thank staff. I know that months and months and months go into this from every department, but specifically the heavy lifters are our Treasury Department. So thank you to all of you. We appreciate it. And we also want to thank Mr. Jeffrey. So this is your last budget. I've already cried once today, so I'm not going to do that today. But thank you very much for your service, and we're on good shape because of the great staff that we have, and we'll certainly miss you. But the good news is you're always allowed to come and watch. So we expect to see you next year. So thanks to everyone. We've got Julia from the library here, and thanks for your presentation. And we know that it doesn't happen overnight, and you guys make a lot of tough decisions to get us to this point, and we appreciate and respect your professional opinions. So Thank you very much. And to council, you know, I think it's, we're looking good. Gravenhurst is in a good position, so I appreciate your dedication. Throw it over to Mr. Lucas. Oh, and thank you, Mr. Lucas. Top banana, I appreciate you. Oh, and I do want to thank our chair, who has done a great job. I think year 3, the smoothest one yet, and I appreciate you too.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I would have preferred delightful, but that's okay. But I just wanted to echo the thanks that the mayor issued, certainly to the chair, to council, to the senior leadership team and their teams, to Ross, Teresa and Rob and their teams for getting us here today. A lot of heavy lifting occurred there. The other point I just wanted to reiterate, we've touched on it a few times throughout the deliberations today. These deliberations are sort of occurring under a bit of duress as we continue in our state of emergency. So I'm really proud of SLT's performance here today, because I know everyone's been working hard and long nights, sleepless nights, and yeah, so I just wanted to say that as well. So thank you.
Okay. The final resolution. Moved by Councillor Jorgensen, seconded by Councillor Johnston. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2024-122 to confirm the council meeting held on December the 10th, 2024 be passed. Please vote. And that carries. You are free to go. Thank you, everybody. Oh, jeez. The bang is out of my drum. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Cairns and Councillor Hunter. Vote. And that carries. Okay, now you're free to go. Thank you.